Is it fucking glass?
Nice. The
I mean,
first
is it
thing you
glass?
say is a swear word.
Is this glass?
Is this
I mean, it
glass?
feels heavy. It can't be plastic. I mean, it's way heavy.
Maybe it's a resin or something.
I don't know, man. It's pretty strong. How's it going?
You know,
Doing?
yeah, just I don't know. I've been God, I've just been so exhausted lately. Well, I was up,
I'm still tired from the con. I'm sort of not caught up.
you know. No,
Getting old
I was
sucks.
up late last night working
Cons are
on.
not an old man's thing.
No, it isn't, man. It's just like it's.
Not
I'm trying
even
to remember like my first Gen Con I ever went to. I was trying to think about this. So my first Gen Con I ever went to,
Yeah.
I went, God, what was it? In 2009 was the first one I ever went to. I'm thinking that's
about 10 years ago, 12 years ago.
Yeah, 12 years ago. So I remember I had a buddy who,
So you were 38.
yeah, 37, 30 years old. And I had a buddy who, like, he had gone to a few, and I remember I asked him, hey, how does this work? And I shared a room with Joel Eddy and then Marco.
Goddamn Joel Eddy.
Goddamn Joel Eddy. I shared a room with Joel Eddy, and then and this is how crazy it was. I mean, I think about this all the time. Like, so when we went, like, it was spur of the moment. We decided like 6 weeks before Gen Con. We were like, we kind of like, he and I were talking. That was back when we still did our podcast way back in the day. If anybody remembers that.
What podcast was that?
What was it called? It was like,
can you still listen to it?
No, it was called like wooden meeples and
Iron Men Wooden Meeples.
Iron Men Wooden Meeples, something like that.
I don't know. Was that what it was?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's super old. It was me, him, and Marco. We did a podcast, and so I mean, like, for the 7 people. If somebody's listening and actually remembers,
Wooden Cubes and Iron Soldiers.
Wooden Cubes and Iron Soldiers. There you go.
BGG to the rescue.
Yeah, Wooden Cubes and Iron Soldiers.
That, Joel Eddy. Oh, live. You did it with what was webcast? Skype or something?
And we're just totally acknowledging it, and we're just kind of. Yeah, I think so.
Wow, the video is terrible.
Mm.
No, it had a lower third. Oh yeah, that wasn't that like the Google Hangouts. That's what it was. Remember the Google?
Yeah,
the camera would like automatically switch and stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
I remember when they shut down Google Hangouts. That's why we started using Yardbird for a while, and then
Yardbird, StreamYard.
StreamYard. There you go.
Yardbird is a fried chicken place, by the way.
There you go. I knew his name for something. But anyway, so circling back to where we were, we like, it was like 6-8 weeks before, and like both of us talked to our wives, and we're like, is it cool if we go for a week, and this, that, and the other thing, and I mean, that was like we both, and what clinched it for us was that we both asked for press badges, and we both got them. Like, now it's like, if you don't ask for the press badges like way ahead of time, like they run out of them, right? But it was like, only like 6 or 8 weeks before, we both asked for our press badges. We both got okayed, so we didn't have to pay for a badge. And then the big thing for us was that if you were one of the first 100 people with a press badge to get your press badge, you got the one, you got the little pass or whatever that lets you into the exhibit floor 1 hour early. Like, there was the 1 hour press that they allowed. So like, there was the idea that you get in there before the crowds. And there was so much stuff that we wanted that was like, limited quantities of this, that, and the other game or whatever. And we were like, oh, it's gonna be sweet if we had an hour. And we had plotted out. It was like, and there was like certain places we want to go. And he was like,
of any game that you bought at that moment that you care about now?
Heaven, I mean, I don't.
That you can remember?
Well, how would I care about it? Because obviously it's been so mass produced now that like I could get the same thing, right?
Oh, you know what? Let's see if I can find the releases for 2012. Although we didn't do that back then.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, so
Oh, I might have found something.
oh, when was it?
Let's see.
My well-haired.
Guess who the guest of honor was?
I mean, so this is going to be the who are the guests of honor? Because this is going to be the right year. Then because I want to get the right year.
Wheaton. Will Wheaton was the guest of honor.
No, that wasn't the year then.
Pretty sure it says guest of honor was.
Well, no, I might be
guest of honor in 2012.
I might be the media guest of honor. Hold on. See, now I'm gonna actually pinpoint the actual year and figure it out.
Star Trek Catan came out.
Oh, I remember
Aeroplanes. Do you remember Aeroplanes?
I do remember Aeroplanes. I remember everybody being super excited about Star Trek Catan, though.
There's Bob Carty with all his giant stack of Star Trek Catan.
And I never played Star Trek Catan.
Guess what the release from Stronghold Games was?
You'll
never guess. If you pick one of them, I'll be surprised. There's 1, 2.
Was that the year they announced Merchant of Venus, but then they
4, 5, 6 games.
No, was that the year that they wanted to do Merchant and then they couldn't? No. Okay,
nope.
give me. Let me think. So this is Stronghold.
Yes.
Don't
cheat.
I'm not cheating, dude. I'm trying because
You'll never get any of them.
Was this the one where like it was like the code 777 game or that other like
something like that though? Old
like that deception game or whatever it was that you had the pieces that hid within the pieces and stuff.
Not that one. Good guess though. It had to do about oil.
Crude. Oh, I remember that. Yeah. I know what you gave me. It was McMulty, and then it wasn't McMulty.
Crude, the oil game. Yeah. I think he called it crude. I don't think he called
there you go.
McMulty. Article 27, the UN Security Council game. Remember that? Jeff Engelstein.
Say it again. I apologize.
Oh, Article 27, the UN Security Council game.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh no, that was Dan Bodden. Never mind.
That like the game that had the worst name of all time.
A game called Milestones.
I do remember Milestones. So this is not the right year then, because I think I went the year before. Here, hold on a second.
Crazy Creatures of Dr. Doom.
Yeah, those are those two. He had those 2 games that he brought over that like
Revolver.
Didn't so well.
Remember Revolver?
Yeah, I remember Revolver.
I never played it.
Never played it either.
Never played it. Sorry, Steven. He also had Space Cadets, and this was teased for 2012. Essen, Core Worlds, Galactic Orders, and CO2 by Vital Lacerta.
Yeah. So then I think it was a year earlier than that. Hold on.
2011.
Gen Con special. Yes.
Z-Man Games had Atlantis Rising and Alcatraz the Scapegoat. Wow, I played Alcatraz the Scapegoat with Rich Summer, and I swear to God, he was going to flip the goddamn table. He was so mad. I couldn't tell if he was fooling around or not either. Rich Summer. Game? Alcatraz the Scapegoat. Days of Wonder released Memoir 44 Equipment Pack and a game called Ticket to Ride. That wasn't the first year though. They had a giant Ticket to Ride. Eagle Griffin had Cowtown. I mean, I can't even imagine getting in line for any of these games, right? Like, what game could there be that was here that what you were like, oh my God, the new Dominion expansion, Dark Ages.
Nope, it was 2012.
Okay.
Because Nichelle Nichols, Lieutenant Uhura was the was the special
Fantasy Flight debuted on Android Netrunner and Relic. Remember Relic?
I do remember Relic.
It's a good game.
It is a good game.
And the Merchants. They talked about.
I still have my Relic with expansions.
Eclipse was out. That is probably something you got in line for, right? Eclipse, right?
Well, no, I remember I got my copy through Boards and Bits.
Yeah.
After I was promised a review copy that did not.
Queen Games had Escape the Curse of the Temple.
No. So
yeah, so there you go, 2012 Gen Con.
2012 Gen Con was so anyway. So weird things about 2012 Gen Con.
Oh man,
Like
the
we were
screens.
there. We had a hotel room. It's like I can't remember the name of it now, but we had a room at a hotel.
Yep.
That was downtown. It was within walking distance. It wasn't the one right next to it, but it was the one that like it's kind of fancy schmancy and looks kind of old. That's a little bit further off. It's like 2 blocks away instead of being 1 block away. I mean, I mean, it's
Ugh.
on this. It's on the strip next to where the food trucks are. Like
Not
when
the
you
Hyatt,
walk. I
and
don't
not
remember the name of
the.
it. I mean, if I pulled up a map, I could figure it out. Which you know,
I mean, I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't
We
matter.
had a room there. When we left, Joel, when we were leaving, Joel went to the front desk and said, "Hey, can I reserve a room for
Next year.
for these times?" Because the Gen Con had the dates next year. And they're like, "Yeah, sure, that's fine." They
Yeah,
just
right.
reserved a
That
room.
was the old days when they didn't control everything micro.
Yeah, yeah. And they're like, "Yeah, cool, that's fine." And they just reserved us a room. And we paid, like, since we didn't go through the Gen Con block, like we paid a little extra for the room, but we were like, whatever, who cares? You know, we just did it, right? Just so we assured ourselves we had a room. And then between the three of us, because Marco lived in Indiana at the time, I think he still might. But like he stayed with us for like 3 days. He would drive in and stay with us for 3 days. And so between the three of us, it was pretty informative. And he I was like, dude, do you want you I mean, I was like, we can, if you went to bed one night. He's like, no, it's okay. He just slept on the floor. He was happy. It was weird.
I would never sleep on the floor.
Yeah, well, it was
I'd
a
be like,
younger,
I'm getting my own room.
it was a
I've
younger
never
world,
slept on.
right?
Have you? I've never slept on the floor on purpose.
No, I have in my younger days, just whatever. You throw a couple blankets and a pillow. I mean,
Mm.
when I get tired enough, I mean, the thing is, most of those places have a chair or a couch, you can just, and you can lay on that instead.
Right.
But I do remember, I remember that was back when Joel used to go to like every single booth and do like a 5-10 minute video with the thing, right? And just do like same thing
Yeah.
Forrest still does. And I was just like, you're insane, dude.
I remember that. Like, I'm curious. Like, I mean, I know he wanted to do it, but like, I don't know.
No, I remember I just went there and I just had a blast, and just it was like, and that was in 2012 was actually the night that he said, yeah, Seth Jaffe wants me to go over and play this game called Hanabi that they brought back from China or something, that he says it's really cool. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, and that was how I met Michael, who theoretically is the reason why I got my job with TMG, which theoretically is ultimately the reason why I, am working in the industry still today. And it was like,
Damn, Joel Eddy.
yeah. So I said Seth and Joel and somebody else, they wandered off to go play that Hanabi game, which I was like, that game doesn't look good at all. I don't want to play that. And then and then I ended up sitting there.
Cards.
Yeah, I ended up sitting there playtesting submissions that Michael had gotten, which I don't think he published any of them. They were all really bad, but we just sat there. And that was also the same night I met
Chicago died.
Patrick Nickel. I met Patrick Nickel that day too.
Oh, what happened to him? I haven't seen him in a while.
Well, he got out of the business. I mean,
oh yeah, he ghosted it, the whole world.
He popped his head up about a year or so ago,
right?
And like he kind of like
Chic thing.
A what?
Geek Chic. Remember he got bought by Geek
yeah.
Chic? Or I don't know what the relationship was, but I thought there was something.
Well, I mean, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but I mean,
oh yeah, I have no idea what happened.
Yeah. So no, I remember
21 years.
It's so weird to think though that like, it's so weird to think that there's, so many changes have happened, since then.
Quite a lot.
Yeah, Patrick still occasionally posts on the interweb. He hasn't posted anything recently, but he posted last October. just standard
He was very
stuff.
because he was very prolific,
He
and
was
then to just like
extremely
sort of like in a day disappear.
well. It
Wonder
was
what
like,
happened.
I mean, there was financial issues. He was getting a divorce. He
Oh, again,
was,
I didn't know. Oh, I don't know if you're
yeah.
sharing things out of school here.
No, no. I mean,
Telling
I
tales.
think it's all public
Oh,
record,
is it?
right?
Okay, I don't know about
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
But
well, yeah,
whatever.
you can look up his name. You'd find out that, like, he
Really?
was.
You can find out those things.
Oh, remember that other thing we talked about, and then you tried to look it up, and you said there was no record for it anywhere. I'm being really
No.
vague. Sorry about
Yeah.
this, the vagaries.
Type me in chat.
Yeah, no, but I guess you can find that now if you look for it, because it's official kind of thing.
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
remember. I don't remember.
Oh, well, then it doesn't matter.
We talk a lot. Like it's. I don't know.
Yeah, we do. We talk about a lot of
We talk a
nonsense, and
lot.
people are like, that thing about the stuff and the guy and the thing and the time. Yeah,
By the way, I
that's
turned my
something.
air conditioner on today. It's like it's not
Yeah,
winter at all.
it was like 45 degrees here, and it was like
Brisk.
this most of our snow melted. It was pretty crazy. Hey, since we've been talking for almost like 20 minutes now, I want to talk about one other thing here. So
Anything to do with me?
one of those things. No. It's just it's over on GameFound. There's a game called Spring and Autumn: The Story of China, which is Scott Demers is a board game designer, and he works with Mr. B Games. And
What's it called?
Spring and Autumn: The Story of China. It is a 4X game that that is not space. Weird, it's not space. That's really good. I did a video for them because I like Scott Demers' design.
Oh, the art's cool.
It is. It's super cool.
Minis, come on. 4X game. I'm out. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just done with 4X.
You're done with 4X? Really? This is
Pretty
good
much.
4X though.
I just have no desire anymore in my life.
I understand.
Zero.
This is really, I mean, as far as 4X goes, this is really good. And
Okay.
it's a tight board, meaning that you run out of space relatively quickly. And so like you end up at each other's throats pretty quickly, which I really enjoy.
They're
And
reprinting Palaces of Carrara,
yeah, did you see
a
that?
game that couldn't sell 5 copies?
Well, I still remember deciding not to buy that at Gen Con that one year and saying,
that's interesting. That's getting reprinted.
well, yeah, I mean, and it'll get reprinted. That's another thing that's weird is like, going back, go check out if you like 4X games, if you like historical games, if you like civilization games that you can play, even with 5 people
that you can play.
Even with 5 people that you can play in a couple hours. I mean, like it's a good scratch. It's a good scratch for those things, and like the way that the actions that you take are very, very quick. Like you basically you have a player board that has action cubes on it, and on your turn you take one of those action cubes off, and you place it onto an available building that you have, and then the buildings have powers. And like in certain things, like if you train, you can like train in the academy, which will give you like knowledge tokens, which you can use to better your sciences. Or you could take that cube and from training, and you could put it in your barracks, and you can train soldier units, and like then you can use them obviously to control different areas. So like good stuff. Nice tight but important tech tree, and combat that doesn't last forever. Like instead of like, yes, it's like depending upon like the units that you have, it's like, oh, you have an infantry, so you get a green die, and you have a cavalry, so you get a red die. But because you have both infantry and a cavalry, you get another green die, stuff like that you work out. And then you roll all the dice combined, and you only take the highest number of the die that you rolled. And then the other person does the same thing, and they only take the highest number of the dice they rolled, and then you just compare the two, and whoever loses 1 unit. And then you immediately say, do you want to withdraw, or do you want to continue fighting? And it's like, it isn't like tallying up a ton of dice, figuring out hits, doing anything like that. So combat doesn't take forever, which I really liked. And it has the dishonor mechanism, so like you can have treaties with people. And there's other ways to get dishonor as well, but like for the most part, you'll have treaties with people. It's like, okay, you and I are going to have a treaty, and we're going to have a research treaty, and you'll both exchange these cards. And as long as you don't mess with each other and do anything wrong, that treaty exists. But if you ever break that treaty, then you get dishonor, stuff like that. And then at the end of the game, You end the game because you achieve a certain number of objectives, and whoever achieves that number of objectives triggers the end game, and then you figure out how many public objectives you succeeded at and how many private objectives you succeeded at, and then you see whoever did the best job and they win, and they become the emperor of China. But the person who has most dishonor, no matter how good they did, they can't win. So like dishonor is like you're gonna get some just because you're gonna have to, but in order to like, but you got to make sure that you're like, and dishonor chits have a number from 0 to 5 on them, and so you draw them randomly and pick them up and put them down, and so nobody knows how much. And there are ways to get rid of it, but for the most part, it's pretty tough to get rid of. So it's kind of a cool way. And I've always liked that mechanism where it's like, oh, you did really well, but you got like the Society of Architects Cleopatra game. You had too much corruption, so they fed you to the crocodiles, kind of thing. You can't win.
Cool.
But yeah, good stuff. Go check that out.
Check it out.
Check it out. And
plus, I have like 5 things in my cart.
The designer and the publisher are good friends of mine. So that alone, you should.
They're good. No, they're good friends of mine.
Well, I don't know. Do you know Sean Brown? Do you know Scott Demers?
I do know Sean Brown.
Okay.
Who?
Scott Demers is the designer.
No, I don't know.
He designed Hellenica, which is another fantastic game.
I'm just
fine. Shawnee B, my good buddy, who when I met him in Chicago, when I was helping him do game development at Keith Bloom's house, and not Keith,
Darkest,
not Keith Bloom's house. No, I yes, that horrible game. I
bought it for $5 on the Cool Stuff Inc. Or
David Ostlus.
I really want to try it and play it. Like I'm so tempted. How do I have 5 pledges in my shopping cart at GameFound? I don't understand this.
So
5 pledges.
What does
that mean?
You're interrupting me here. That was my one. Like I got to stay at Glenn Drover's house for a weekend and help him with game development. And we helped develop this game that he had. Oh shoot!
There's no way I added these to my.
It was some big war game that he had. Maybe Michelle's buying you games for Christmas.
No,
she's just using your computer.
I don't understand this. I mean, I did back some of these projects. I don't understand. I'm closing the website because I'm getting annoyed at.
No. So no. I remember, but like Sean flew in from Utah, or no, Colorado, where he lives, and then I hung out at the airport for like a half hour. He showed up. And then we went to go he had a car rental, and when he got there, they had like lost his reservation, all this stuff, and I got to watch Sean Brown like.
I don't think you understand what reservations are.
Yeah, I
don't think you do.
I got to watch him.
You can take reservations all day long.
but he just lost his mind. He lost his mind on this.
Sure. Like
speaking of which, I haven't had a grumpy like what I can't even remember. We've been so long. Our airing your grievances. I haven't aired a grievance in a long time. So my wife and I had to go run a quick errand today. I'll let you do yours in a second. But my wife and I had to go run, and this is
no problem.
One of those things where
floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Where everybody's always
does your mouth get tired ever? Like, do you ever I mean, just saying, do you ever sore jaw or anything like that?
No, I just talk a lot.
You just fine?
No, I'm just fine. I did like speech and debate and stuff like that. I would did a lot of oratory. But anyway,
you're an oratory master.
Yeah. So we actually have a really nice mall, and my wife and I actually discussed this. I was like, do you think other places actually have like an actual true mall anymore? I mean, like this is a mall that doesn't have any empty spots. I mean, it's like it is jam packed with
the North Park Mall in Dallas is 100% full.
Yeah, but I mean, for the most part, like malls just doesn't. Lance could be a DJ. Nobody will want to listen to me talk though, and I don't have a radio voice. If I think about it, I can try to do a radio voice, but I don't really want to think about it. But my mom was listening, so good night, Mom. And go to sleep well. No, so we were going in there, and then just because it was the closest place. We were running errands near the mall, and she said, let's go get some food. And I was like, well, let's just go over to the food court. It's like right, you walk in the main entrance, and there's the food court, and then there's like, there's like, 7, 9 different restaurants. Everybody can get what they want, and we'll bring food home for the kids. What?
Do you have Sabaro?
No, I don't even know what that is. But anyway, so I went in, I didn't really know what I wanted, and I was just like, fine, I'll just go to Subway. Because I mean, I can eat a Subway sandwich just fine, whatever.
You're the one.
Yeah, just whatever. And my son will eat either a meatball sub from them almost any time, or he gets a BLT, take away the L and the T, so he just
a bacon sandwich,
a bacon with some cheese. That's what he'll have.
Interesting.
Yeah, no. So I went in. And this guy looked like he was having a bad day. So I don't really hold too much against this guy. But
the Subway employee? Yeah,
the Subway employee. And it was one of those things where it was like
how can a sandwich artist have a bad day? The dream job. Dream job.
He actually had he had one of those things where there was probably 2 people working, and admittedly a Wednesday evening at like 6 p.m. probably not the biggest window of time, but he actually had a fairly decent line of people waiting to help. And the second person, it must have been one of those things where the second person was working where they were like, oh, it's like whatever, 6 o'clock. It's time for me to freshen up the line, right? I'm going to take this little tin out, and I'm going to take it in back.
I got to reload the lettuce.
I'm going to reload the lettuce. I'm going to reload the stuff, right? And so this woman was going back and forth, like literally. It was also one of those things too, where it was just like, oh, well, the boss said I should do this at 6, so I'm going to do this at 6, and I'm going to do it as slowly as I possibly can, and not have the wherewithal to look and notice that you are super busy. You're taking all the orders, making all the sandwiches, and bagging and checking out all the customers, and so it's just, and you are going crazy while I'm like taking this one little tin up, and I'm walking in the back and taking like 15 minutes to fill it with pepperoni before I bring it back.
1, and put it in. 2, 3. I gotta count it. I gotta keep the inventory.
So literally, this guy was having none of it. And so I walk up, and I always ordered the same thing at Subway. I get a turkey bacon sandwich. It's just like, because they, it used to be one of their standard sandwiches for the longest time, and they just recently brought it back. But I always get
what kind of bread?
Italian herb and cheese, man. Can't go with anything.
Which one?
Italian herb and cheese. Mm-hmm. It has like herbs and cheese.
I haven't eaten at Subway since 2011, 2010, something like that.
Yeah.
I used to do the veggie. Like, because I hate the meat there. I don't know why. There's something gross about it.
Yeah.
I never enjoy it.
That's fair. That's fair.
I like Jersey Mike's. Have you had Jersey Mike's?
Oh, Jersey Mike's is good. I mean, basically, if I could have gotten food at Jersey Mike's for my kids, I would have gone there. I would have convinced
Mike's Way. I get it Mike's Way.
Yeah, Mike's Way.
Their pepper thingy.
Oh yeah,
pepper
the Mike's Way. Like my wife gets the.
I want one. I'm gonna get one tomorrow.
Oh yeah, my wife gets like the chicken melt. I think they have some like chicken.
I don't think they're hot sandwiches.
I don't either. I'm
not cold cuts all the way.
Oh yeah, same man.
What do you eat on your hoagie there?
If
Alex? What do you like on your hoagie? Do you guys call them hoagies, or do you call them sandwiches, or what do you call them? Grinders?
I mean, I just call them sandwiches usually, but
subs.
Yes, subs. I don't know. I
like the term hoagie though. It's something funny about it.
I'm not a huge sub person.
You know what
I like meat.
You know what I don't like?
No cheese, veggies.
I like any form of pulled meat. Generally, pulled meat is what works for me. Then as far as veggies or whatnot, or I don't know, cheese, veggies,
green peppers,
banana peppers.
Oh yeah, those are good. Banana peppers are awesome.
I'm trying to think what else I have. It's been so long since I had one. Let's just tell you how often I get them.
What else do you get with the bacon and the turkey? Cheese?
Oh, no bacon for me. That's a no-no.
Oh, that's right. God hates.
That's right. Food. Even the cheese has to be fake. You can't mix cheese and meat together.
Oh, really? Oh, so you're one of those.
Yeah,
you're one of those.
Do you have different cupboards as well, like for your meats?
Yes, we do. Good on you. We have meat and dairy dishes.
I find it hilarious. I mean,
yeah. Oh, I take zero.
You believe in what you believe.
You don't have to worry with me. Don't worry. Okay. There's zero offense here.
Anyway, so getting back to my grievance, if I could. So the
We were
guy
talking
was.
about hoagies.
I know. But I was going to say this.
Talk.
I will say this. You know what sandwich place I don't like? I do not like Which. I do. I
Never
am not-
even been there. Never been there.
Yeah. Well, don't go if you had to. But I mean, yeah. No. I'm going to get a Jersey Mike's tomorrow too. Now I'm definitely getting a Jersey Mike's. But anyway, so here's my grievance. So like I said, this guy's already having a bad day, right? Whatever. So I walk up and he said, "What can I get you?" And I said, "I'm going to need." Oh, Ryan's got that professional. I'm blurry in the background, crisp and sharp in the foreground
Pretty
thing.
sweet.
Going
Yeah,
on.
I've never cared with that. You can see
Yeah.
my background. It's all good.
Just how
Yeah.
to make it better.
No, you're okay, brother. I'm just making.
No,
fun.
we're gonna shame you into it. Show us your background. We want to see.
So no,
I-
so I walked up and I was like, I'm gonna need 2 foot-long subs.
Do you say I'm gonna need? Like, is that the way you present?
Oh yeah,
You don't say, "May I please have"?
I'm gonna need. It's like
So you're basically they're putting them on a lower level than you.
To be
by
fair, no. To be
"I'm
fair,
gonna need."
the first thing I said, I was like, "Hey, how you doing tonight?" I almost always say that because they always ask you something like, it's like, "Oh, what can I get you?" or something like that. And I'm always like, "Hey, man, how you doing tonight?" I mean, I almost
You
always
listen for the answer, or do you just go right in the order?
No, I wait and I see what they have
Okay.
to say, and a lot of times, like they don't say anything; they just look at you, like it's like, oh, you actually asked me like a human question, what but he was like, it's fine, whatever, and he was like, okay, fine. I need a, I was like, I need a foot long. I said both are urban cheese bread. One of them's a BLT, no lettuce or tomato, just the bacon on it, and I said the other one's a turkey and bacon. And he was like, cool. And so like he starts putting the turkey on there, and he puts the bacon on there, and he puts the thing. Now, here comes the question. Like normally what they say, do you want it toasted? But this guy said, so it's gonna be toasted then. And I said, no, I don't like my sandwich toasted. I just don't like it. I want it to be cold.
Like cold sandwiches.
Yeah, I do. I like cold sandwich. And then he said to me, and he kind of said, well, you have to. I was like, what do you mean I have to? And I was like, what? And I just said, what do you mean I have to? I said, what do you mean? He's like, well, it's got bacon on it. We have to warm up the bacon.
Oh,
And
it's
I
not
was like,
cooked all the way.
well, who knows if it is or not? But it doesn't matter. In like, first of all, one in other like the Subway that's close to my house, they say, do you want the bacon warmed up? They actually ask me that, like, because it is usually fully cooked. And it's just like, but do you want it warmed up? You can put it on cold if you want to. 2, they will then put it on its own sheet and they put it in the microwave and they just, microwave it for 30 seconds and then take it out. Because it is that bacon that's pre-cooked that you can mic for 10 seconds and it's good to go. And so then, and I was like, I said, can't you just take the bacon and warm it up, on the sandwich? And then he kind of looked at the sandwich and he had already like put the bacon on with the turkey and with the cheese on. So he was going to have to dismantle my sandwich to take them off. And he said, yeah, I suppose. And so he starts fiddling with my sandwich. He takes the bacon and he puts it on there and he throws it in there. And this isn't much of a good because I got my sandwich that I wanted. But here's the deal. It was like he had put this thing together because he was busy and because he was angry. And then he basically was like, I was making him work for like 10 seconds and he had made the mistake. And so then he finally got it. He would microwave this stuff. And then the thing ding got done. And he came back over and he started putting everything back together again, put it together. And that should have been it. But he had to look up and he said, most people just get it toasted. I was just like,
what's the diff, dude? You have to do the same thing. You have to take it to another place, run it through the thing.
It was just, and the more I thought about it, the more I just started laughing. It's like he just had me at that one last dig.
You should listen to the sandwich artist.
he just had to get that one last dig. Like
I would never be able to work at Subway. I am too mouthy.
I just laugh. Most people get them. Most people just get it toasted. Like that's the reason I put it together. You idiot.
Is it what is Subway's?
Subway Eat Fresh?
Eat Fresh, eat your way. Is that one of the? No, I don't know.
That was the McDonald's or Burger King have it your
Have
way.
it your way.
Burger King.
That was
now.
Burger King. Have it your way.
I like the King. I mean, if I have to just get a cheeseburger, I don't.
I wish I
mind
worked there at one point. I worked at McDonald's when I was growing up. I think I
Yeah,
talked about
so
that.
did my wife.
It was like the hardest job I ever had. Although Popeyes was pretty fucking hard too. McDonald's,
worked at a
McDonald's
Popeyes?
was fucking hard.
I'm trying to remember like what was my hardest job.
I burned
ever
myself
did.
daily at Popeyes from the hot oil. I could never
I-
quite get it. Like, because you throw the chicken in the oil and it splashes you.
Yeah.
I could never do it right. Like, you have to. There's like definitely a technique. There was guys that could do it, and I was just always just like it, because when that little bit of bone drops down in the oil, there's like a boop, like a splash that gets you right on the arm.
When I worked at a like a local chain that's only like found in this area, like within 100 miles of here, called Burger Time, and that was a job that I worked at. Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun,
but-
dun, dun.
Yeah, I worked that, and then I mean I got burned on that like every day. Whether it was, I remember one time I burned like the entire back of one of my hands because I brushed it for like a nanosecond on the lamp
toaster.
that heated kept the fries warm. I was scooping fries into a thing and I raised it too high up and I got the back of my hand, the whole thing just blisters and just everything.
You have blisters on your fingers.
Yeah, I got blisters.
Did you ever work in fast food, Alex?
No. I've packed boxes for like, what's it called?
Like a grocery
Nursing
store?
home distribution center, whatever it was.
Oh.
But like, I mean, I've definitely done, low whatever jobs, but lows probably sounds dismissive. But I've done all the small, $11 an hour jobs, just not fast food.
I
worked at
I-
McDonald's, Popeyes, Chick-fil-A, TCBY.
I also worked for 6 months once,
Nice.
doing sales calls for commission and made $0. That was the first
Oh
and
yeah,
last
those are
time.
the worst.
I was
I think my
17
roommate-
and I was a sucker for the person who was
Yeah.
promising me like, he's like, no, but like this, and you can make that much in this month. 6 months later, I hadn't made a sale. And the guy's like, I told the guy I have to walk out. He's like, no, you're this close. Like, I see. I was like, listen, fine. If I'm this close and you're so sure you're the one making the most money, why don't we discuss the wage? He's like, oh no, I can't do wage. I'm sorry. I was like, okay, goodbye.
Then I can't do that.
I think it's my I think it's my boss. I think it's Shane. I wish I could get him on here and ask him. Shane had a job selling encyclopedias.
Yeah. My roommate in college had that job during the
And, like,
summers.
Yeah, it was Shane. It's a hilarious story. I won't be able to do it justice. I mean, like basically like how like they just have a station wagon full of people and they drive them out to like these piece of shit areas of town and
it's sort of a brainwashing thing too, like this a lifestyle of like winning and like the sales closing and all that stuff.
that actually speaks to something I want to have, and I can't do it. I want people to be able to watch the show without any spoilers whatsoever, but I desperately need more people to have watched Midnight Mass on Netflix.
I finished Midnight Mass.
I'll watch it.
Oh my goodness, Alex! And
I'd be way behind.
I just want to ask you what I mean without spoilers. What do you think?
With zero spoilers, I have no regrets that I watched it. I don't know if I have the level of hype some people did. And I think that's because at a certain point, I think to me, the story had unfolded and I kept expecting more and it never delivered on the more to me. So like, I think I walked in like by episode 4, I thought like, okay, great. I know whatever. And things will escalate further, and nothing escalated past like a natural procedure. And I think I was expecting more in terms of twists and turns. So it was good. It was very good. The actors excellent. The story was excellent. I think because of all the posts I saw, I think I was expecting a little bit more in terms of unfoldings, if that makes sense.
I can see where you're coming from, and there's absolutely anything I say at this point to react to that is actually going to be more spoilerific.
Yes.
So I can't,
even that it's hard. I know. It's hard to have this discussion. We'll talk about it more in a few weeks.
Yeah, in a few weeks after, like, I mean, everybody's had like a good few months to watch it. But I mean, yeah, I could.
I mean, why is
that
it so
was
good?
I mean, like literally,
I have nothing like zero about it.
The acting on it and the writing and the acting are probably.
Is it just a single movie?
It is.
It's a miniseries. 7 episodes.
It's 7 episodes.
Oh, Jesus.
Basically an hour an episode. and you're done. I'm not gonna say anything more because it's like you have to go into it just cold.
No, the acting
And-
was absolutely amazing. And if
Well,
anything, I would
I'm going
say
in colder than ice.
no. Ollie,
Yeah.
if anything, this conversation might have been helpful because I think because of the hype I was seeing from certain people on Facebook, I think my expectations were a
Brought the
little
hype
higher.
down. Okay, I was
But
zero.
I may have brought the hype down into it's an
Cool.
amazing show.
You cooled it for me.
Yeah, yeah.
I had no temperature before we had speaking.
It is in so the Gallagher, Mike Gallagher, is
I
that his
love
name? I
the
think
watermelon guy.
no. No.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're
Newsroom.
talking about. The guy he went off the
He would-
complete deep end.
Sledgehammer, the watermelon.
Yeah, do some research now. He's
Gallagher.
like a couple of clicks to a couple of clicks to the left or whatever from QAnon, like as far as
Oh.
like he's lost his mind kind of thing.
Gotcha.
But no, so the so the guy who wrote Midnight Mass and directed, and well, he didn't direct every episode, but I mean he was like the guy who wanted to get it made. He is, if you watched any of the House on Haunted Hill, he did those.
I watched that either.
Those are on Netflix. And he did a movie called Hush, which is a pretty good horror movie if you're into that kind of stuff.
Didn't he do the sequel to the Hill one, whatever it was?
Well, he did the Hunting on Bly Manor, which was the
What's the famous Here's Johnny movie?
the famous what?
Here's Johnny. Here's Johnny.
No, yeah, he did Doctor Sleep. Yeah, that's
He
right.
did Doctor Sleep. Perfect. Yeah,
he
that's
did
what I thought.
Doctor Sleep. Yes,
About The
yes,
Shining?
exactly.
The Shining. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, he did Doctor Sleep.
I have not watched Doctor Sleep. I've heard good things though.
And he
Dr.
did
Sleep
it.
is awesome.
And yeah, it is. Doctor Sleep was very good.
I mean, that's like highest recommendation for me.
Yeah, it's on my
There's
list.
some cheese. Now, I'll temper. There's a little bit of cheesiness in there, but it doesn't matter. It's still.
I
good.
will tell you right now. Then I think if you like Doctor Sleep, you will enjoy Midnight Mass.
Okay.
Yes. And I will tell anybody all day long that they need to watch Midnight Mass. It is fantastic, as I like to say.
All right, so I mean, it's been a year, but I mean, like my grievances, I ordered a salad from Cheesecake Factory, and it came, and it was not good. That's my grievance. The salad was actually brown. Like, I'm like, seriously, pay $15 for a fucking salad, which is ridiculous and ripoff. But I wanted salad, and the lettuce was brown. Like, really?
It's really disappointing.
How is this possible?
I mean, you shouldn't have thought you were going to get a good salad from Cheesecake Factory, or is it good and I'm just missing?
I digress. Cheesecake Factory gets a bad rap.
That's fair.
The food there is actually pretty good.
Honestly, all I've ever heard about is that the
we
salads
always
are
were
brown.
like, we would never want to wait. Like the Cheesecake Factory, there's one Cheesecake Factory in Dallas. The wait is always 2 hours long. We're like, fuck this one. There's no way we're eating at Cheesecake Factory. We're not waiting 2 hours. So I always like knocked it down in my mind. But since pandemic, we order it like, I mean, it's 1 mile away from our house. So we get it in like minutes, right? When we order. And it's usually good.
That's good to know. Yeah,
This time,
Medieval Times on our way to the airport. We're like, how did we miss that opportunity?
oh, you didn't go to the Medieval Times?
No, I mean,
Yeah. There's a well, I don't know if that happened this year, but there's a group every year that goes on Sunday.
that feels like a great idea.
I want to go
Medieval
someday, but
Times.
I'm always like so ripping tired. I'm like, I can't do it. Like, because you got to be into Medieval Times to go to Medieval Times, right? I mean, it's
Yeah,
kinda,
you gotta like.
you can't just go there and be like snoozing. Like I'm falling asleep on my feet at the end of on Sunday. Anyway, there's my grievance.
You got the
And
Festivus poll ready?
Got the what?
Festivus poll ready to air the
Festivus
grievance?
poll? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if anybody's got, well,
You got any grievances?
we normally try to air grievances here. I mean,
Yeah,
just
it's a fun
for
topic.
funskies. So I mean, if anybody's got any grievances
I'm
they
sure I
want to
got
air,
another one, but
by all means,
can't think of it.
General grievances or food related, specifically.
No, they can be
Anything.
anything. I mean, I get made fun of because like I have my issues with dealing with like pick up and drop off of kids at school, like dealing with
That is a common one.
The carpool lane.
the carpool lane. And there's always one person who just, it's like, I've said like there was some jackass this the other day. I mean, and these are boring, but I mean, it's just like, oh, it's everybody else got here like in 10 or 15 minutes early so they can pick up their kids and just get out, right? But there's always that one person that gets there and it's like it's 3 minutes before the bell rings and it's just okay. I'll double park. It's okay. Hey, no, it's okay. It's only 3 minutes. Don't worry about it. And you're like, no, that isn't how this works. You need to get moving. And luckily there's, and admittedly, I just call him Cranky Joe because I don't know what his name is. Admittedly, Cranky Joe sometimes is cranky with me and about nothing, and he's just because the guy just hates his life apparently. But he works in the parking lot as like a crossing guard / person that just and man, I think he lives for that moment of that getting that person that like wants to double park or something like that, because man, he just hustles over. He's like, you need to go. He's just like, and they're like, and it's always like they're like, well, I gotta.
Is it the macho man? Is it the macho man of the school?
He's just like, and it's like they're always like come up with some excuse, and he's like, it's like just circle around, keep circling around if that's what you want to do, but you can't stop here. You can't stop here. You can't stop here. It's just yelling it from like 50 feet away, hustling over to them. Little cranky
I got
Joe.
one grievance definitely that has been bugging me the last couple of months here, which is specific. So I went to the first like concert I basically have gone to since the pandemic.
Okay.
Part of the reason that we were like, we were convinced to go was like that they were going to require like vaccination and they're going to definitely mask and all stuff. Last minute, they're like new venue, we put in a specialized HVAC system. Like we're not going to require vaccination. But obviously masks are required. And we're like, yeah, okay, that's like reasonable, wearing a N95 there or something. And we get there and it turns out that like that was a lie. And not only were we in like the 10% of masked people at this concert that was supposed to legally mandate masks because it's also city code, none of the performers, the event host who kept going on stage never wore a mask the entire time. Not a single person on stage, which I guess if just stage was okay and you enforced it in the crowd, cool. But like it was, it's one of those situations where it's like, yeah, I guess we could have left and asked for our money back. But like, you gear up for this, you plan for all the things. And it just was like, afterwards, we were just like, felt so upset that like you mislead with that. Like, this is what the expectation is of this event. And that was all just to get the cops off our back so that we could have a maskless event.
You got to come to Texas, man.
No one cares.
Nobody cares about anything.
Yeah, well, that's fair. But I'm just saying, like, I mean, if you're also like against like the mandates of the city and stuff like that, like,
yeah. Well, what's the penalty?
I'm not even sure.
Yeah,
it was important, right? We're like, do we care enough to like, try to like say something to the city about the event promoter? It's like, no, like more. It was just like, well, I guess we won't be going to their things again. It just felt like really.
Which concert was it?
Well, I don't want to name things because I know some people who are in particular, but like it really sat so badly with me.
Bummer.
Yeah, it was just like, man, like that just sucks to like, it sucks to like have the, obviously we all know, like, and I think there's,
I mean, if the masks were like a one-way thing, then it would be like no big whoop.
Yeah.
Right. Well, also, you're only wearing a mask to not infect somebody else. It's like, it's not like you not wearing a mask to protect yourself. It's like
N95 will go both ways though. N95 protects.
Does it?
Yeah, okay. That's what I wear. But no, but I mean, like BGG Con, you had like a room that was with that expectation. It's like, yeah, it's all about setting an expectation. It's like, okay, you make an adult choice where you want to be, what you want to take for risk. But it's like when you're just like, this is how it's going to be at a big event, and then just it was a lie. And always that stuff just late bothers me, Anyway,
bunch of liars.
Well, liars and just generally like in a time like this where everyone's just taking an opportunity.
Someone told me that they studied pandemics in the past, and they said 3 years is like the time
when they die, or when people stop like
when it just goes away.
Yeah, or when it becomes
the worry of it is so low that it's gone. It's out of our minds.
Yeah. Well, they also like, I mean, they're supposedly like, I guess there is like an ecosystem of viruses, and that with like viruses do kind of battle each other in a way for supremacy within that realm because there's only so many hosts. They say it actually surprisingly behaves a lot like evolution. And they were saying that after a while, a virus that's been around long enough tends to weaken over time, over the long period, because it eventually wants to just continue surviving.
It can't.
Yeah. And we don't know. We can't anthropomorphize, but it's kind of interesting to hear that stuff. Anyways, that was my grievance. Lance, was specifically the misleading of the event.
And a fine grievance it was.
Yeah. So what's
Yeah.
up? Do I sound
No.
good tonight? I have a really decent mic pointed right at my face.
You sound great.
Fantastic.
Look great too.
Oh, well, thank you.
There you go.
Oh,
Lighting just on one side over here.
Lighting is perfect, and like you're got a weird
Little Fire
background.
Tuck vibe with this
You have a
awkward.
mysterious background.
Nice, I like it.
We're
Yeah.
like,
I wonder. I could probably figure out the easy way to turn it off.
what was that? Was that you that posted the? What was that? The rules lawyer. Oh no, that was that you that posted that, or someone else posted that?
Oh, somebody else posted the rules lawyer. But I posted all like that. I did kind of like a little dump.
Isn't that app amazing? I played with it for like an hour. I mean, like,
So
you
amazing.
guys seen this app?
the
It's called
Wombo app.
Wombo
Yeah.
Art.
Yeah, it's a new one.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's
Wombo
like an AI driven art.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable. I actually saw it because in one of the board game designers forums, somebody was like, "Hey, I think you could definitely use this for prototyping,
100%.
or possibly even for print." I mean,
It could even be final artwork if you
Yeah,
want if you want like a postmodern kind of
Yeah.
weird abstract stuff. I did this one the other night. And it didn't save it because I didn't give it permission.
It sells for Cyberpunk really well. Well, what I found is the best way to save is if you just hit publish, make like a little account and publish, then you can
Oh,
re-download.
you have all. Oh, that's cool. I need to do that. I still don't trust Wombo, even though I give them all my pictures.
Yeah.
You know the other Wombo app that does your face singing, lip syncing thing. Have you seen
Yeah.
it?
I got the sweet black hole when I did. It's like
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
cool stuff. You guys know what this is at all? Is this
I'm familiar.
okay?
You're just giving them all your stats so you can make all of your info so they can steal your identity.
Yeah,
So,
well, I don't know. With the Wombo thing where where you scan your own face, it's like the argument I think being that like you can't, that like you're basically giving them free, face recognition data, but like anyone who's going to go after me for that, just look at my public photos on Facebook and you're probably golden, like I don't think you really need to, I'm not doing a bunch. This is different though, Lance, because in this one, all you do is you put in prompts. Like you don't have to make an account. You don't have to do any of that stuff. And it just generates.
See if I can recreate the one I did last night. It was so good. It was Thanos. It was like, wow, I want this as a print.
You can make it as a desktop photo. If you're
Yeah, but I screwed up. I lost it. I have to do it. I'll see if I can do it again. I'll
hey,
run
look,
it
everyone, it's Forrest.
100 more times. And
good.
Hey,
I'm going to be a random dip at some point here and maybe come back. My partner's on her way home from the hospital working. She works at the hospital, but so she might walk in at any moment. And I'll have to turn off. What's going on?
Unacceptable.
Yeah, it's fine.
what's doing content creation?
Oh God. Do we have to ask
We
him?
need a better name for it.
I did.
Content
I
creation?
hate the word.
The alternative is an influencer, and I'll throw up before I say that.
Do you consider yourself an influencer?
I mean, from a purely tactical stance, yes. From what the word association means, no.
I saw the Harry Carey Kickstarter today, and wow, that thing was impressive.
Harry
Like-
Carey?
What are we talking about?
Yeah,
Harry
Like
Carey, yeah.
the Cubs
the
announcer?
baseball.
The
And
Cracker Jack thing?
yeah, like it's a first time Kickstarter company, but I was thinking about giving it an A plus. I thought their project was so well done, but
Hey, Carey here.
he was a terrible human being apparently.
I'm a Cubs
Who's wrong with
fan and
Harry
a
Carey?
Bud man.
Yeah, I thought that one looked really good. It looked like a really cool game as well.
When they put his there's a statue of him outside Wrigley Field. And it's so he always would sing the 1, 2, take me out to the ball. He did that, and he had the microphone, and he'd be waving outside the window to everybody, because like the broadcast window, to get people to sing. And so the statue is of him holding the microphone and going like this. And they finally had to build a wall around the statue, because the statue was just sitting there because people were super gluing beer bottles into his hand. They were climbing up and putting it on there.
Well, I hear about how he was a miserable drunk like every 3 or 4 months from my mother-in-law. She absolutely despises the man.
Do you know him?
She may have, I don't know, but
Wow.
she hates his guts.
Oh
He's
no,
dead.
he would be completely trashed by like the 6th or 7th inning because he would
Oh,
just
yeah.
be sitting there drinking the entire game, and he would always
Miller Lite.
get the names wrong of the like when that was when the Cubs had a third baseman called Kevin Seitzer. He was there, and he would all Kevin Seltzer up to bat. Just he was an icon, so to speak, But
How's the pickle game stats?
God, why are we asking?
Oh, I don't know. What else are we gonna talk about?
There's
We'll
literally
say-
a million things we could talk about.
Okay.
In a
I
pickle.
played Final Girl. Anybody playing games?
I want to play Final Girl. I'm really
I
intrigued
played.
by that.
I did 2 streams last weekend. I actually streamed for like.
I don't want to watch you
5
play. I want
hours.
to play it.
Yeah, I played Zoom Barcelona, the new one from Blue Orange, just tonight. It was pretty fun. I mean, it was very good. I liked it. I don't think it was great, but I think if you're new to the hobby, I think you'd like it a lot. And I honestly, I can play with my family. I can play it on a game night. I think it's good. Also,
I'm trying to track down a copy of it because I'm actually kind of maybe interested in it, but I'm also just like, it's the same thing with like Mini Rogue, right? I have that, and it's just kind of like, when am I going to play a solo game? I never have time to do this shit. It's just like, I have so many like things for work that I have to play test. What am I
What do you
going
do
to
on the weekends?
I work.
You work on the weekends?
I mean,
Is that
usually I
expected?
end up doing something. I mean, like, whether it's just answering some emails or whatever. I mean, yeah, man, that's just, you don't get to shut down usually in publishing.
and Scott, to answer your
Okay.
question, it has raised $5.77 and gave me 2 subscribers in 3 weeks. And it will be an evergreen, most likely, hopefully. So it'll be popular for a very, very long time. And just keep doing that.
An evergreen means it would never not be.
Yeah, like I'm assuming that this it's already sold 1 million copies. People aren't just going to lose those copies. The video will be relevant for long from now.
Years to
hopefully.
come.
And once again, I spotlighted that there was a need for this video, and I made the video, and it's showing me that
How
There
many
wasn't.
views? How many views does it have?
it
For
has
$5, you must have good views on that.
it has 411 views,
You get
and
$5 for 400 views.
577, sir.
Man, imagine if you get a game that people like wanted to watch.
There's a million.
You'd make some
And
real money
I'm
there.
getting there. I'm actually thinking about doing a Zoom Barcelona video tomorrow.
Nobody wants to play that.
Actually, never mind. I'm going to do Jingle All the Way tomorrow.
Nobody wants to play that either.
Nobody
You
wants to
should
play.
do Azul. Do Azul. Do
I hate Azul.
okay.
I don't hate Azul, but it's just I hate that. I hate that genre.
Do you like In a Pickle?
I do. It's a really
Okay.
creative. It's a fantastic game to help unlock kids' creativity. I think.
$4.
It's a fun little party
400 views. That's pretty good. That's $100. That's $1 for 100 views.
Well, that's what I'm
It's right
saying,
now.
like,
It's Christmas season. You get the PPD and in Black Friday, Christmas,
Oh my
all that. Your
God.
pay-per-view goes up because people are bidding higher for ads.
Let me see what I have not checked it lately.
It's usually up around 25% compared to what you normally would get.
that and with how to plays, they watch the videos longer typically, just because they're there. They're there to learn how to play.
Hmm.
And I speculate that Jingle All the Way game will be a game that people are interested in because it's like $7. $7, get the nostalgia. Hopefully it's a good game. You just an elitist, Scott.
No. I'm just being silly. Totally support you. Apparently, I have to file my tax information. I've sent them tax information like 5 times now, and still don't have. So I have no money. No money.
Forrest, I'm super proud of you. I hope In a Pickle makes you $1 quadrillion.
Well, thank you, Lance. I
You're
hope
very
it does
welcome.
as well. I think I need to live. I think I need to become immortal to see that day. But there's always a shot. I haven't had my head cut off yet.
Is there a way to see how much money a video makes, like in the list of like all your videos when you go to?
I mean, just
content?
click on a video. What are you?
Well,
What
I
are
mean,
you
I
on
want
the
to
app?
just. I want to see all the I want to see it per video. Like I don't want to.
You'd have to open up analytics probably and then see it. It's not as accessible as I'd like.
I see.
And then it only shows you like 52. It's pretty restrictive. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
It's kind of annoying.
Oh, here we go. $100. 10,000 views, $100.
It sounds right. Right
Is
now.
that right? If he got $5 for, is that right? I guess that is right.
Again, but it's up right now. It's not as
Yeah,
it's
it's up.
usually.
Yeah,
And I imagine my percentage views is way higher.
10,000 views.
Unless it's how to play.
I was just talking the other day to somebody about how like the top YouTubers, how like what like they're straight up TV stations at this point. I mean, they're like
Yeah,
full
they are.
like
Oh,
Mr. Beast, he spends I just saw a video that talked about him and he spends $40 million a year on his videos. That's what he spends.
Well, he's an outlier. He's a crazy person.
Obviously, we're
Yeah.
talking about the top echelon, but like also, like
Oh, did you watch
that's all full
Squid
tour.
Game?
yeah,
Wild.
the Squid Game thing was pretty well done.
Yeah, it was.
But he is. I mean, he is a beast. He's a crazy. Like understanding who Mr. Beast is, what he's done. He's an outlier.
Go
He-
watch his old videos where he has no views.
Well, his old videos. I mean, he just did stunts. He'd sit in front of his camera for 12 hours just saying random phrases.
he would count to
He
10
counted
million
to
or something.
100,000 on camera for a live stream. Like he was literally somebody. He had ambitions. He was always a crazy person. He has a video from when he first started where he had like 1,000 subs. He's like, if I don't have 1,000,000 subs in 5 years, then I wasted my whole time. Like
Yeah.
he had ambition. He did crazy things. He's not a normal human being.
He recorded messages to himself in the future.
Yep. Yep.
Which is kind of funny.
I'm very happy for him. It's just that he is not a normal person. Nobody can compare him to himself.
Honestly, when he gave away $1 million, that is like one of my favorite videos he's ever done. It's so good. And what they did with the million, the kid who won it,
Yeah.
Mhm.
really good.
They did. I mean, for what it is, it's really great content. I mean, that's like, and part of this thing you were just talking about, like, I mean, like they had an interview with him and he apparently he just kept bringing up the fact that like he didn't, they're like, what are you going to do with like, are you just, what's your goal? He's like, just keep making the best videos that I possibly can and keep making them better than everyone else. That's his only goal.
Yeah.
He didn't even care about money at all as a motivation. Like it was just, he's like, I have this something like felt like it's programmed into me and like I can't get it out of my system. I just have to keep doing better and better. And it's like, wow, interesting.
whoa.
It's interesting because we all have different
At some-
ambitions. Like I do
at some
videos because
point-
I want to play board games.
If you fail, you have to, right?
I got a
Um,
Turbo Man.
Once you're number one, the only thing you can be after that is number two.
Yeah, which
It's
sucks,
inherent.
right?
I mean, I think that's the inherent problem with seeking success as an end to its own right. Although if you never achieve a thing, great. But like, I don't know. I just want to play board games. That's all I'm here for.
Amen.
Not in a pickle.
It is. Have you played it?
Nope.
It is a lot of fun, and it really just makes you think creatively.
I
Better
mean,
than
I agree with
So
you
Clover?
because I'd have to come up with 14 excuses as to why I couldn't play.
There's a reason. There's a million sold.
That is not proof of anything. You know that.
It
You think
proves
they
it.
really sold 1 million?
It
But
proves
I'm
it
saying,
really fun.
do you think Monopoly is a great game?
No, but people had fun playing Monopoly. I had fun playing Monopoly. It was my
Yes. I think the inherent confusion is all games have an element of fun just by the very social nature they bring to the table. But there's a reason we all fondly remember Monopoly, but most adults and those adults who enjoy Monopoly enjoy it all you want. I have no problem with it. The people who say I love Monopoly and don't sit down and play it, you don't love Monopoly. You love the fond memories of having social experiences. I can give you a better game that does the same thing.
People just love the slow, crushing defeat that Monopoly purposefully captures properly.
Yeah,
Like some people
which is
just
it's another commentary. It was designed to not be fun.
yeah, it was meant to be a lesson, and it certainly is that you don't pay attention to because
I have absolutely played games that were abysmal and not fun whatsoever from the get go. So no, not all games have a
No, all games.
function of fun.
Well, so first of all, you have to be embracing the social element for the social element to be fun. If you're there and you're like, don't touch my piece and don't do this and don't do that, it's a different conversation. If you're there purely for the strategy and the social element doesn't do anything for you, if you're there for the social and for the strategy.
man, it's so quiet tonight. What's going on?
No, I'm just letting other people talk.
Oh, he talked for about an hour straight before you guys came in.
Fair
Speaking
enough.
of Monopoly,
Don't worry.
So
speaking of Monopoly,
just give me time.
I put a job on Indeed last night.
A job on
And-
what?
On Indeed.
Indeed.com.
Yeah.
Oh, the website. Okay.
And
How does that work? What do you do?
you post what you're looking for, what kind of work it is, what what was it? Is it casual? Is it full-time, part-time, freelance, whatever? And where it is? Are you remote? All the different, like, are you available for? Can anybody apply all over the world? Is it remote? Is it stuff like that? And so far, I've got like 40 or 50 submissions.
Wow. For what kind of job?
What's that?
What kind of job is it?
Graphic designers.
Okay.
And one of the questions was, what's your favorite board game? So speaking of monopolyism, I was just looking at one resume. It's like, Monopoly, that's my favorite board game. Like, reject.
Oh, really?
Well,
just on that alone?
And the fact that he didn't give me a portfolio link. So
Well,
that's an automatic.
Yeah.
Is that the equivalent of like the header being Comic Sans, but not on purpose?
Yeah. Anybody that sends me a Word document for a resume and doesn't PDF it, gone.
Really?
No portfolio link.
Do you require? Do you say send me a resume in PDF, or do you just say send me a resume?
Well, you input it on Indeed.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So you do that, and I mean, I'll just look at whatever. But if they're a graphic designer and they don't know to put their portfolio link in there, I don't want to deal with them.
Yeah, that's a very reasonable thing, I think.
I think you're being elitist.
I don't know. I feel like in creative fields, like it's only what you can do. No one really cares like what you say.
Yeah, like if I have to take the minute or the hour or whatever, it's gonna, not an hour, but like the time to say, I need your portfolio, like a message. I have to message you. I have to wait for the response.
Mm-hmm.
No, life's too short. Like
also, like the portfolio
should have had that from the get-go,
right? I mean, in that field, like
100%.
So
what's that, Ryan?
I'm saying I'm like in that field, like the portfolio of the resume. You're looking for like yeah, like that is the resume.
I don't give a fuck where you went to school. Show me your work.
Exactly.
Another thing so I've been listening to this podcast called The Crazy One by this graphic designer, creative leader. He does talks and all this stuff too, and he's really good. Stephen Gates is his name, and he just did some stuff on resumes and interviews and all that stuff. And he's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck on where you went to school. You've been working for the last 5 years. Show me what you've done there. You show me a portfolio that doesn't have student work, or tell me what you did on these projects too. If you had this huge website that was launched, but really all you did was the ad placement, that's burying the lead. Don't do that.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff that I'm looking at, it's obviously student work. Like it's like student assignments, because it's like redo the Coca-Cola brand, all this stuff.
Rebrand.
Whatever it is.
Yeah. You're a tough demanding hirer.
Yeah.
I feel like that's all reasonable. I mean,
I'm not even looking for.
I'm
I'm not
trying to
even
think,
looking
like,
for like
I've
really.
never.
What's that, Scott?
No, I'll let you go ahead and finish.
I'm not even looking for like amazing portfolio pieces. I'm looking for characteristics in the stuff that they give me. I'm getting a lot of web stuff, and I so much so that I had to actually put the word print in the job title.
Interesting.
But
like other web designers, like they design the website or they code it. Don't know.
Both.
It's just
there's web, there's video, a lot of like digital stuff, and that's
I should try that. I have never hired anyone through resume.
Yeah.
Never have. Interesting.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's well for me, like it all sounds reasonable to me, because I know you guys, I think some of you might remember that I'm a nutritionist, but actually my past career, which is again now my career as of a month and a half ago, is I'm an audio engineer. I'm a post-production audio engineer.
Oh.
And so like I just got a home studio going, and that's like what I'm doing from home now, with one of my old mentors actually like basically poached me out of my nutrition gig. And he, like, I remember when I first started out, I had like some student work and stuff like that, but like I had done a bunch of 48-hour film festivals, and you try to flesh it out. But I remember just like, I have a college degree in audio production, and like it was like out of curiosity out the gate, but it had almost no impact on this, because it's a creative field and it's a technical field. People only care if you can hack it. They don't care if you like learned about it. I mean, can you do it? Is the question. And I think should assume that
Yeah, it's in like I have computer engineering. I never my first job, yes.
yeah.
I interviewed while I was in college. They're like, oh,
Yeah.
you're gonna have this degree. Okay, we'll give you an offer. Every job after that has never been no question about where'd you go to school, what's your degree. It was
Well,
always like, what'd
like-
you program?
Creative technical fields. Well, I think technical is more broad, like, but fields
Yeah.
where a lot about the creativity. It's like, I mean, obviously once you have experience in any field, that can kind of snowball into the career itself. But like
Right.
put in the door is like, yeah, the portfolio, like Matt was saying, like it's the portfolio is what matters. Or in your case, you'd be like, can I see the code or do I know you? It's like, and do I like you in the first 5 minutes of talking to you like that, So anyways.
Yeah. It's
Hmm.
yeah.
So I'm curious to see who you end up picking out of this 50.
I got one person's resume today, and she, one of the logos that she did had a D20 in it, so, and it was really nice too. So I'm liking what she's done. Although I'm one big thing I need to see is multi-page layout. So let's see how they do that.
Yeah, I know about the bleed.
Not even that. Yeah, that too. But I mean, I think to a certain extent, I want to find somebody that I can mentor a little bit as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I had a bit of a thing happen lately, so I'm looking for people.
Is this an airing of grievances moment? We were just airing grievances recently.
No, it's not. Not for public grievances anyway.
Sounds like it's a not.
Here, this is not this is a grievance that I was feeling earlier today, but then I was also like saying, yeah, I can't justly feel that way. Like I literally had to like reprimand myself and say, stop feeling like that, because you don't get to. When like I'm looking like it, my main inbox under Viking videos was just like, it was sitting at like 300 emails. And so I was just like, I got to go through this and just delete, like, of those, there's probably like a handful that are things that I need to, process and deal with. Right. And then, but most of it is just delete it, check it, delete it, check it, delete it, and the vast majority of them are like Kickstarter, update emails because of all the stuff I've backed. And a lot of stuff is super late. And so like when I get an email from something that's super late and they're going through the reasons why it's super late, it's like I find myself being annoyed that like I haven't gotten the thing, and then I'm like, well, I'm a publisher, so stop being annoyed, because you know exactly what these people are going through. And it's just like, and it's just so, it's like it was dumb. It was one of those things where I was like, oh, really? That's why I don't have my. Oh wait, no, never mind.
Pivot it to professional annoyance at how they phrased it instead, and just move the energy over there.
No, I mean,
tricky way of saying that.
I mean, it's like that's one of those things where it's like maybe you could roll with that, but I mean, I understand. It's just super tough, right? It's one of those things where professional courtesy just kind of makes you say, whatever. There was a huge thread on Facebook where people got outright nasty with each other in regards to that thing that not to be vague, because I don't want to mention any company names, but Scott, the person that works for you who can't get their Kickstarter rewards. Yes. There was somebody on a Facebook board game group posted something along those lines of like, hey, I can't get my rewards, and it's just like,
I don't think it's acceptable, but whatever.
And like man, people went after each other. Them? Like, well, no, yeah, they were like, yeah, this is both. Like it was just one of those things where it was like, that's on you. You didn't fill out your pledge manager, so you're
I would take that up with the I don't know, whatever. I'm not going to do anything, but I'm just like, as a consumer, you have a lot of rights, by the way, just FYI. And I feel like
even when they screw up, the consumer screwed up.
Oh, did I screw up by giving you money and giving my information to sell the game?
No, in this case, the consumer did not.
Manager.
Correct.
You should get all your money back.
Well, here's the weird thing is that
minus fees.
Minus fees. That's the thing. I think that's the conversation.
Minus fees.
No, this is
Okay, so
This one was minus fees, I believe. They offered a refund.
It's more than that.
Well, and here's. I mean, and I don't. I mean,
2.9% on credit card, by the way.
well,
No, but also
and
2%.
Kickstarter,
15% is what I've
takes
been told.
Kickstarter takes 5. Kickstarter takes 5.
Okay,
off the
five
top.
plus the 2.9%. Let's say 8 on a good day.
And if you're doing any sort of foreign currency exchange too, there's more there too. I mean, there are.
But that means, I mean, whatever. I don't want to argue about it, but I'm just saying, like,
No, it's not an
the
argument.
company
It's just
still has the
informational.
product that they can sell again.
Not necessarily.
didn't-
So that's the hypothetical. The problem is many of these companies specifically produce for the pledges plus some degree of
So
overstock.
then they should give me my pledge.
This is offering a
They
refund.
shouldn't give me they're basically saying your pledge is gone. It's gone to retail, or whatever. It's gone.
My only complaint.
That's what it is.
My only complaint about that is just because now, since I handle all the fulfillment and everything for Gray Fox, is that it is very easy for me to discover the people that haven't fulfilled a pledge. I mean, you can sort it out. You can say, oh, it's these like whatever people that haven't filled out a pledge, and I send a mass email to all those people, and it's like saying, we're not a Kickstarter update email, not anything like that. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, you haven't filled out your pledge manager. If you don't, there's a good chance that either A, your game is going to be severely delayed, or you're just not going to get your game. Please go here and fill it out.
Work. If I give you money for a product and you say, okay, we're going to give you this product in 2 years or whatever it is, and then I don't talk to you for like a year,
the problem
are still obligated to give me what I paid for.
So I know exactly where you're coming from. I
Okay.
do, and
Yeah.
I know exactly where you're saying.
And I would like to know the law on that, Lance. So let me know.
But the problem is the way Kickstarter is set up is that it's like even if my campaign finishes, and I have a warehouse full of 5,000 games and I have 4,000 backers, I mean, there's no legal way through Kickstarter that you can go after me to get those games.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Really?
because Kickstarter is like, we're out, and just like, it's like, it's up to them to handle it the way it's all set up. So you could probably make it so Kickstarter would never let you run another campaign ever for the rest of your life if you had enough people that were like, yeah, this person sucks. And then you wouldn't be able to do that. But I mean, and so that's just it. I mean, it's just like most people that are using GameFound or Kickstarter or whatever, they want to continue using the platform so they can continue publishing games and can continue to earn money. So they're going to fulfill their rewards. But when you have this handful of if you have 3,000 backers and you've got these 5 people that didn't get their game, yeah, that sucks for those 5 people. And I'm not saying it wouldn't. And I'm not saying that I would ever. I mean, I go through incredible lengths. I mean, I had a guy from the first after the Empire campaign who like didn't fill out their pledge manager and wanted their copy of their game. And I just finally was able to track down a copy for him that was in a warehouse in Malaysia that VFI was able to find, and I sent it to him, like literally, and that made me so happy. Like I looked at that email, and it was like our back and forth.
I mean,
between
or
me
give me my
and
money back. I mean, I don't care, honestly. Like, if it's
No,
my fault
they're
and it's a year
they're offering
later,
money back.
This
less
is literally
fees.
like a week later, by the way, Alex. Not this.
I'm not
game
referring to your
just
case.
fulfilled. What's that?
I'm not referring to whatever specific your case is. I'm just referring to in general. Meaning the general concept of what happens if somebody doesn't do the steps that they are supposed to have done. What is the obligation on?
Well, the problem there is in the murky water.
I mean, here's the deal. When you fill out that Kickstarter thing, you get my address. I'm done. You got my address. You've got my money. You've got my address. What else do I need to do?
Most people don't use the Kickstarter
so your life
service.
is easier. Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm saying, the standard process, meaning when you back it, they gave the terms. They say these things will be handled in the pledge.
And it says you have to follow pledge manager in order to get that stuff. I doubt that.
Generally, and they say like shipping will be handled in the pledge manager. They warn you there's another system in place. I understand that's not
If you
necessarily
didn't
the
pay the
most
shipping,
consumer
sure,
friendly.
fine. Then,
but the
give me
idea
my money
that
back. I mean, or give me the game. Like,
no, so they
it's an
do
easy
give
thing.
them.
But the extra 10 to 12, 15% or whatever the hell this company is doing, way out of line, in my opinion.
So I think the question on the table ultimately is when you have a complicated process, is it on the company's, is the burden on the company because the process isn't simple, or is the burden on the customer who was sent communication? If they
I'm
weren't sent
saying
communication, I'm with you. But if they
Well,
were sent
Email is
communication, they
not a
ignored
perfect
it.
system.
No, I know it's not a perfect system. That's
100%.
not
It could be in spam filter. It could be have gotten lost. It could have not gotten happened.
100%. So when you
Email
have
is
a
not
non-perfect
perfect
system, who's the
communication
onus
system.
on?
Turns
Well,
out,
if I notice I don't have a game when everybody else is getting their games, and I call this company and they basically say, "Oh, we're sorry, we don't have your copy anymore, and if you want your money back, it's 15% as well." What?
well,
Literally
to be
1
fair,
month after the game started
it-
fulfilling.
there is a certain percentage that you never see. Like somebody gives you $100, and after the fees and everything, there's a certain percentage of that money that the company never gets. And it's like, and I mean, I'm not going to refund you the money that I never saw. And Kickstarter isn't going to say, oh yeah, here's, we understand they we took the 5%, but they wanted their money back. Yeah, we'll give them, we'll take the 5% out of our bank account and give it to them. No, they're
You know,
not.
it's an interesting
I'm
tangent
not
to this
saying that. I'm
conversation is
saying-
what's your feelings on the fact that airlines are legally allowed to overbook a flight with the expectation of cancellations?
that's really late.
That's horseshit, in my opinion. But they,
No, I just want to check if
someone-
you're consistent.
someone
You're
ends up,
consistent.
if you don't mind flying later dates, you can get thousands of dollars in vouchers. Just show up, just start flying a
100%.
lot.
But in theory, the argument here should apply the same idea that you should not legally be allowed to overbook it because someone might be put in a situation where they're
Well,
unhappy
you know
with the
what?
result.
Don't get on an airplane then.
No, I
I-
understand. I'm just questioning the consistency, and he's consistent.
Yeah. I saw something recently. This was TikTok and could be totally garbage because, of course, there's plenty of garbage like advice videos out there. Somebody was saying apparently that there is like the FAA has some regulations in place that like if you challenge the gate agent on it, like they are required to basically like give you a direct amount of cash to like pay for the inconvenience. That like they don't offer it, but if you know about this thing, that there's this loophole that's not even a loophole, it's like a law, just no one follows it.
Yeah, I did that. I actually had to do that when I was stranded in Nashville, Tennessee, because I got in super late and they literally had no flights for me. It was like all the flights, they were done. There was no red eye, nothing I couldn't take. And they were like, yeah. So, and I was just like, well, then you're getting me a hotel room and you're giving me money to eat. And they were just like, no, we're not. And I was like, no, you pretty much have to, and then
You know
they
what the
like,
law is, what the line is for that? Like, what did you have to?
I mean, basically, I pushed and I said, look, it was like, it was your error. Your plane was super late. I don't have a place to sleep tonight and I don't have any food to eat. So you're going to take care of those things for me. And then they were like, and then the guy picked up like a phone and then he handed, and then like, it was literally, he pulled out this weird, like freaking ledger of something. And then he like wrote me like these forms, and they're like, okay, we'll go here, and then there's a van that'll take you to this one hotel, and then here's this voucher, and it is good at these like 7 restaurants or whatever that you can get food. And it was like, and they'll accept it. And I was just like, all right, see you later.
It worked fine.
Yeah, I mean, I to this day, I went and I stayed in a Holiday Inn that was near the hotel and near the airport, and they gave me a voucher that was good at all the restaurants. And then there was this one barbecue restaurant, and I got a barbecue chicken pizza at this, and I'll never be able to eat it again. It was the best pizza I've ever had in my life. It was like the tastiest.
On the airline.
Yeah, and the airline paid for it, and I'll never be able to and I watched a Sopranos episode. It was a Sunday night. I watched a Sopranos episode on the HBO, and I went to bed. And then they got me on a flight at 5 a.m. the next day. And
Nothing lowercase is
Why are
good.
you complaining?
Vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, it was super weird. It was like one of those things where I had to work the next day, and I had to like I literally like because I didn't have a cell phone. It was so long ago I didn't have a cell phone, and I remember I actually called. I worked overnights. I worked overnights as in a supervisor role for a customer service at US Bank, and I actually called the customer service line, and I got somebody, and I was like, this is super weird, but like, I was like, hey, it's Lance. They're like, what are you doing calling the customer service line? I was like, I know this is super weird, but just transfer me over to Steiner. This guy, Dan Steiner, was my manager. And I talked to him. I was like, yeah, I'm stuck in Nashville. I'm not gonna be able to come in tomorrow. And he's like, okay, cool. No problem. That was weird. I remember I had to call the customer service line, talk to my boss. Because it was an 800 number and it was free.
Yeah, why not, right?
Yeah. So
Wait, Scott, to your question, I put it in chat, but I think that this looks like a pretty legit, like it's talking about like what happens when projects don't deliver legally. And I guess they added some language that says in Kickstarter, it actually says that the creator, and this is in bold, the creator must complete the project and fulfill each reward. And the creator is solely responsible for fulfilling of the promises made in their project. If they're unable to satisfy the terms of this agreement, they may be subject to legal action by backers. Like they straight up line out, like we're not getting involved, but you are possibly legally liable. Sure. And I guess this is basically you have to get to the state U.S. attorney.
And the reason why they were able to put that in there, why they for the longest time there wasn't a thing that was like you may be legally liable, is that one company in Washington for that guy, those guys that had the super awesome cooler, whatever it was,
Oregon actually,
or Oregon, yeah, the super awesome cooler that like it did everything other than like have rockets that took you to the moon. Like they fulfilled like 1,000 of the orders of the like tens of thousands that they took, and then they basically either kept the money or snorted it up or who knows what, just like they basically they had to go through bankruptcy court, or they actually had a lawsuit against them, and then they were basically and then so each person, it was like a settlement, and then each person that didn't get a cooler had to like write in or send a postcard or something like that, and they could get a check for $20.
Class action goes.
Yeah,
I sent
bucks
a
is $20.
Vanilla cover, got like $1.
That's half of another Kickstarter that went
that
for you, Scott.
Milli Vanilli? Oh, $1? Yeah. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't really care in the end, right? It just feels wrong.
Yeah.
To me. Anyway.
Well, there's always that like the moral choice versus the legal ramifications. Obviously, those aren't going to line up, but
yeah,
not always, at least.
Yeah, so I mean, my big thing is that I think, and I'm not, and this is just for me personally, I am of the belief that it is super easy to figure out who hasn't completed their pledge manager, and it is super easy to spam their inbox. That isn't.
And it's also super easy not to sell their game in a month's time after the fulfillment, right? Isn't that super easy too?
Well,
if you can super easy figure out who didn't respond.
Dude, I still get people. No, I understand that, but
you guys do the right thing. I'm not trying.
But I still get people. I get people like from Kickstarters that we fulfilled last year. They're like, I never filled out the pledge manager for this, and I still get it. And I'm like, sure. It's like, oh, you live in Europe. Well, you're gonna have to pay like $30 in shipping, but if you still want it, we'll send it to you.
Sure.
And
sounds good to me.
Yeah, and they're like, yeah, sure, no problem. I had a guy in Japan
that's the right way to do it.
Yeah.
He like,
I mean, I'm not
what game it was, but it was like $75 in shipping, but he was willing to pay it, and we
really wanted that game.
Put it in a box and
he wanted to protect his castle.
Yeah, I think actually it was after the Empire. It was, it was one of those things.
We're big in Japan. We get random Japanese tweets all the time.
I forgot to tell you guys, I had a after the Empire discussion with a couple in the elevator. They had it under their arm.
Oh, sweet.
Going to play it.
They're like, we're gonna take this home and take a shit in it because it was from
Fox Games. It's a big box,
Were you guys selling copies there?
Yeah, Lance.
Yeah, they must have bought it.
We literally we found like 12 copies in the back end of our warehouse. Like it was one of those random weird things. Like nobody knew we had them, but it was like somebody uncovered them, and they were retail copies. They weren't with all the Kickstarter extravaganzas or anything like that. So, which we still sold them. So people were excited to have.
They had a bunch of Kickstarter versions of the not Terraforming Mars, the other one. What's the new one? The new Mars thing.
On Mars?
Mars?
No, the Terraforming Mars card game.
Oh,
Ares Expedition.
Ares Expedition. Yeah, they said they sold out of all of it.
Well,
good for them.
People wanted to buy stuff at BGG-Con, but there was not much to buy. I'll be curious to see how PAX Unplugged goes for sales.
I'm curious
Probably
to see
huge.
just how PAX Unplugged goes. I mean, it seems like there's a ton of people that are all like,
I'm getting
"Oh,
a
I gotta
ton
go
of
to PAX."
Facebook ads. Have you been getting those? I mean, like I get a Facebook ad every day, every hour. That's a lot. And I don't click. I'm like, I need to click on it to like say I'm not interested, so it doesn't show me anymore because it's like that costs them money.
I haven't ever seen. I don't know if I've ever seen a Facebook ad for a con. I mean, I've been to a handful.
really?
I'm not like a regular hitting the circuit every
You
year.
don't give Facebook enough information
Well, I think I do.
for them to target you.
Come on, give
Have
them
you ever
more
seen the
information.
Facebook targeting systems? Have you
No.
ever looked at it?
Is it just a bullseye with your face on it, or what?
Kinda. Like if you narrow your audience down too small, they say you can't do that.
Actually, I think I did when I owned my store. I did a little bit of it, and I was just like,
Yeah.
I was clearly flailing. I was like, this sounds right, and had no impact. But yeah,
Interesting. We had some interesting Facebook stuff. I put $500 into a campaign
okay.
for the Black Friday sale in BGG. We had 21,000 clicks.
Oh,
How many orders do you think came out of that?
how many sales?
Yeah.
21,000 clicks.
I guess 400.
240.
10.
Yeah, I was gonna say
No.
yeah, I was just gonna say you guys
People-
are way
People are
overestimating.
like, people think Facebook ads are like the next, like the savior.
No, 21,000
No.
clicks to 240. It's a terrible conversion. though.
20,000 clicks.
Terrible.
Well,
I mean, like literally, for
That's a lot of clicks.
for our
I
next
run
level.
ads. That's bad.
So for our next level miniatures, the campaign, and by the way, you can still get in on the pledge manager. But the next level minis, I forget what our rate of return was, but it was like literally like it was one of those things where we were spending, like $50 a week on it, and we were getting like 12 like $80 pledges every week. It was like it was the most ridiculous rate of return we were getting ever.
For which
For the next level minis, for the miniatures campaign that we did. It was like we were just like, this is insane. I mean, eventually it dried up. We eventually we found all the sources, but I mean, for like a good month, it was just but that was just one of those
sure it
things.
was accurate.
Yeah,
I would then question the accuracy if those things didn't seem right.
I don't know. I mean,
is that an option?
Mike knows his stuff. So I mean,
They've killed the Facebook Pixel now.
They killed the what?
They've killed the Facebook Pixel.
What's that?
Tracking link.
It's the way they track you to see if you bought something.
Hmm.
So if you look at an ad in Facebook from, let's say, Board Game Geek, and then you click that button and make the order, there's a thing called the tracking pixel that I will show to you on your checkout screen that will basically track back to your Facebook account and tag you as the purchaser of that game or whatever. It's called tracking pixel.
They got rid of it though.
But now they can't do it anymore in Apple, like Apple phone, right? No tracking pixels anymore.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Lance, is next level minis Gray Fox related? I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. I mean, Shane owns it, so I mean,
Adjacent, Gray Fox adjacent.
Gray Fox adjacent. I mean, yeah, well, that's public knowledge. I mean, everybody was like stunned that we were like had this like this company came out of nowhere and was making these minis, and so they did they spelunked it, found out who the person who owned it and stuff like that. Yeah, Shane owns it. So
Have you heard anything from Van?
I personally tried calling him a couple of times in the last month or so. He did actually come out and post something publicly
Recently?
a little bit ago, just a little recently, yeah. And to like basically apologize for the fact that like he hasn't been posting any updates or anything like that. I think he's been
That was a little while ago.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but I mean, but he had gone silent for like
ago.
he had gone
6 months ago.
silent for months.
Another 6 months had passed. I hope he's all right.
I mean, like he had a lot of medical issues that he was fighting through. So, yeah, I've been trying.
I know he worked hard to get the campaign funded.
Yeah,
I just hope it doesn't like.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad. I mean, I have probably one of the only copies of that game in the world.
Which game?
Sea Rovers.
Sea Rovers. It is a total throwback of a game. It is a as far as it's a simulation of the Age of Pirates, right? But I mean, it is definitely a game of a great deal of like
You say
minutia.
it's a game of true pirate history.
Yeah, it's definitely a game of minutia.
He spent a lot of time on the history.
Yeah, of like, you know, the process of like which way is, I mean, everything from the way the wind is going to what the weather is to, you know, like the processes of it are highly detailed. You know, so it's definitely a passion project of his, and it was, yeah, I still remember that.
He was trying to get it published in, it was way early days, man. It was early days, and then he got ill, and then
Both him and his wife got diagnosed with cancer within like 1 week of each other.
Yeah, so it set him back like 10 years.
Yeah.
And then he funded it last year or 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah. But haven't heard a peep.
Yeah, no, I mean, he came on the show for like,
Yeah,
there was a good like there was a good
Yeah.
like 6 months, a year that he was on the show on a regular basis. Yeah. And then and he and I had like a couple of long conversations. I remember I was at a Fleet Farm. If you know what that is, you don't know what it is. It's a chain of retail stores that are basically, as my father says, if Fleet Farm doesn't sell it, you don't need it. But it's a place where you can buy computers right alongside live chickens. So I mean, it is
Awesome.
And they have a gas station that like the gas is regularly like
right there.
Yeah, hunting rifles, computers, you know, just whatever you want. And they have a gas station that like the gas is regularly like 10 to 15 cents less a gallon anywhere else. People drive there purposely it's even cheaper than
it's a loss leader, right?
Yeah, you know, just
get people to go in the store.
Well, no, it's even outside. People drive to just go to the
but people probably went to the store too, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I buy all my like my sporting goods stuff, all my fishing stuff. I get it at Fleet Farm. You know, I mean, that's just yeah. Anyway, the point of the story is that I was looking for a present for my dad, and Van called me on the phone, and I was talking to him, and I remember I walked around Fleet Farm for about an hour talking to him about his Kickstarter and how he should handle certain things and whatever like that. It was a fun conversation.
Did he take your advice?
Well, he did. I mean, like we went over, like I can't, you know, we just, you know, it was when he was making his page and how the page worked and things like that. So, I mean, and obviously, I mean, he took some of the stuff to heart and got it made. So there you go. If that goes, I mean, I feel bad. I mean, the game's.
Yeah, I mean, I hope he's all right.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Yeah. Other than that, gosh, I'm trying to think of when was the last time I really talked to him though, because I tried calling him a couple times and he just didn't answer the phone, which I'm sure, you know, if he's like feeling, you know, oh, I screwed up and I didn't get this done or whatever, you know, like it didn't make my game, maybe there's more to it there. I'd like to think there isn't. I'd like to think that, I mean, well, actually, I'd rather it was just he was embarrassed and not like so ill he couldn't answer the phone. I should change that. Sorry. But anyway, I'm rambling. Okay. I have requested, I apologize. I don't have any new initials cards. I requested them from Corey. He said he was going to send them to me. So I got to wait for him to give me. Go to initialsgame.com, buy seasons 2 and 3. Get it now. Play along at home. Blah, blah, blah.
I'm going to dip out, gentlemen, hang out with my partner a little bit, and then Evan's coming over for some late night game testing.
Oh, where's Evan? I thought he was going to hang out with us, that jerk.
You know, I think he started having band practice again on Wednesday nights. He used to always have
band practice.
Yeah, you guys have talked about this, right?
Quite the front man. I watched that little video.
What a loser.
I know.
I mean, that's some good charisma.
He does. Yeah. He's always been a great front man for that stuff. But Yeah, for a second, him and I were in a disco cover band, but it only lasted. Then the guitarist got all flaky and we couldn't follow through. But we had 3 songs down.
Which songs?
Let's see. We did More Than a Woman, but the original Tavares version, which is way better than the Bee Gees. It's a lot funkier. What else we do? I think we might have had like Disco Inferno.
Ooh.
I don't know what the third one was. We were working on it, but
That was a
What do
good
you play,
wrestler
Ryan?
back in the day.
I'm a drummer.
Still a good song.
Yeah. Yeah. Check out the Tavares version of More Than a Woman.
The who?
I don't know if I'm saying it right. Tavares, Tavares, I think is the spelling. I think that's the original More Than a Woman. Then Bee Gees did it, and yeah, the other one is like super funky with like. There's a YouTube video like of the original, whatever it was recorded in the 70s, and like they're funky dancing on stage. They're getting down. It's great. But anyways, that'll be my parting note. Maybe I'll catch y'all next week.
Later.
Adios.
Ryan.
Whenever I
Universal.
hear Disco Inferno, I just always think of Kingpin. Like that scene, it's such a good scene. Walking to the
Don't
bowling
remember.
alley, just steal somebody's pizza.
Pizza.
When I think of Disco Inferno, I think of the complete total hanger-on wrestler in WCW, the Disco
He
Inferno.
was talented. I love the Disco Inferno.
But I mean, he wasn't any good. He couldn't wrestle worth a damn.
I thought it was solid.
But he was friends with Kevin Nash, so like his job was solid. He was never going to get fired. So
He made that gimmick work. He got over. People like Disco Inferno.
they did the Disco Inferno dance when he came out, and
Not everybody's supposed to be champ.
Hey, here's a good question. What was his finishing move? What was it called?
Hell if I remember.
Well, he did a Stone Cold Stunner, but he called it the Chart Buster.
That's right. That sounds
Gotta know your stuff.
You have time to
sorry.
play any games, Matt?
Played D&D tonight.
Oh
do you-
yeah, did you kill anybody?
Yeah, we killed a horned devil.
No, I meant like, are you the DM?
He's not the DM.
Oh, boring.
It's been a while since I've DM'd. I haven't DM'd since first edition. But
First edition.
like
Would that be in the
Advanced Dungeons
70s?
and Dragons. We pulled my books out. I think even third edition was out when I played first edition
Oh.
because I refused to play second or third edition. But no, I haven't played much games at all. We've been kind of going crazy getting a Pandasaurus game done, and a couple of I'm working on a Christmas game as well that needed to get done. So
For next Christmas.
for next Christmas,
Yeah. I'm a little late this year.
yeah.
Let's see. I played Final Girl 2 times last weekend. That's pretty good.
Played what? Final what?
What was
Final
it?
Girl.
Final Girl?
Final Girl. It's a solo player game based on the hostage negotiator system.
Oh.
Where you do actions, you pay for it with time, and then you buy your actions with time. And so time is your currency, and you have to. It's a dice rolling game mostly. You have to roll successes. 5s and 6s are successes. 3s and 4s require you to discard 2 cards out of your hand to make it a success. So you have to manage your cards and time, and it's based on murder horror movies. So the first one I played is based on Friday the 13th.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, it has items in the game you can get. The characters have special powers. The killer has secret dark powers that come out, and the events are fun, and it's really good. Like they did a good job with it. And the game like expansions come in like a VCR case kind of thing. The covers come off, become the maps, which is really cool.
Mm.
So one cover is the enemy, and then the second cover is the map. So it comes out. The only thing I don't like about it is it's like weirdly double-sided, so anything on the bottom falls out, and like you have to. It's a little funky, but the presentation is really good. The graphics are good. It's a challenging game. Like if the killer gets his powers upgraded, you'll die. You have to basically get him before he does that. Every time he kills a innocent or victim, like his bloodlust goes up, which makes him move faster and attack more damage. So
Move faster and attack more. Ooh, I'm just.
Does he blow his top and then he kind of resets his meter, or
no, in fact, if he goes over the top, he'll heal. So it's like 10 levels of upgrades, and then when he gets up top, he'll like heal. But there's only like 12 victims on the board, so you can save the victims, and as you save victims, you get more powerful. Like you get your upgrades, and then if you get if you get 6 victims off the board, or depending on your character, maybe 5, you get a power.
cool?
Which flips your card, and you get a special power, and then the items are all fun. They're like I get crossbows and med kits and
Okay.
maps and stuff like that. Really good. It's a good game.
Yeah,
Guys,
I'm hoping to go out.
Probably
Sunday
playing
night
like a
to
half
play
an
games.
hour.
I'm hoping to go out Sunday night to play games.
I'm doing game night this week, or game day this week. My group did
Oh,
not want to
yeah?
get together. Yep, we got Vagrant Story on tap and Arc.
Vegan song.
Vagrant
Vagrant
Song.
song. Vagrant
No,
song is
Vagrant
quite good.
Story. Vagrant Story. Vagrant Song.
Vegan song.
Vagrant Song. And Arc Nova.
Vagrant song is quite good.
I have one of the few copies that are in the United States.
I want Arc Nova.
Well, come on over. Can you get down to
a little
Dallas
far.
by the
A little
weekend?
far.
A little far.
I have a copy of Vagrant song. Me and my buddies played it. Really liked it.
Did you get an early copy? Oh yeah, you got one from Gen Con.
Yep. Ms. Julie Ahern picked me up a copy.
She
Like one of
hasn't.
the last ones they had.
She hasn't learned her lesson about you getting favors yet.
Hey, I prepaid and I
By the way, I also prepaid for that game and still don't have a copy.
well, that's your
I don't like companies selling games at Gen Con, man. I really don't. Sorry.
so angry, so spicy.
What? Whatever. I'm not going to go down the line.
No, okay,
Am I-
no, explain to me what's your
I'm
problem.
a backer, and I helped you make the fucking game happen. So I get third game out of the, like you go
You
to
didn't back
Gen Con.
Vagrant Song. You
Yeah, I
didn't
did.
back that game.
Yes, I did.
Vegan song.
No, you pre-ordered Vagrant Song through their website.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then how did it go to Gen Con first then before the
Because they
pre-orders?
airshipped a few copies and they said
I
we're gonna have the
fucking
rest
hate
of it.
that.
The companies.
And I
have
can't
to
be
make a
alone,
living.
honestly. I really can't.
No,
be.
you're not alone. You're not alone. But like the
Yeah.
margins in this business are so tiny. Like how difficult do we want to make it for people to
You
survive?
airship something, you're not making a single dollar off what you sell at Gen Con.
No, but it gets people to come to your booth. And that's the whole
And
point.
pre-order the game that they can't have. I mean, like, or like buy the game that
I'm saying,
I-
I mean, ultimately, the margins for most companies are so ridiculously small that we either have to grant them leeways here, or we have to say, fine, raise the MSRP of everything. So you have to give somewhere. The amount of
The
companies that are actually
MSRP,
making bank-
They're not
I'm
making-
gonna say right now,
do
in
you think they're making money on
2022,
those Gen Con copies?
but I'm saying,
Making like a
why are they
couple
doing it?
bucks.
Why are they
What?
doing it?
I have no clue.
You think they're doing it like for goodwill for the people at Gen Con? There's a publisher interest involved, right? So like, I mean, you could, if you pick out 100 companies that
Lance
are
has been down this
publishers,
path
there's probably
before.
2 of them that are making money and not worried about the bills. The rest of them are struggling.
I'm gonna
And
tell you
they're
right now, in 2022, MSRP for everything is going up.
It's going up because the freight crisis showed us that every other industry has a give on how much money they can make. Every other industry is like, oh well, it sucks that we have to pay for $20,000, but it is what it is. Board games are like, we can't, so we're gonna die or ask people for money. And then there's companies like Leader Games who are like, look at us, we will suck it up because we value our consumers.
Did-
Because we were one of the fortunate ones. Congratulations.
Yeah,
So
and
MSRPs
that's
have to
it.
go up.
So
And so-
why did
and
the
so-
Gen Con people that paid to go to Gen Con get the game before that paid more in advance of Gen Con? Like I just showed up to your booth at Gen Con and I get to buy this game.
First of
No,
all, they
that
show up at
was
Gen
that,
Con,
was-
they're
that was
they're
you and
paying-
me with
they're paying plenty at Gen
Unfathomable
Con.
too. That was you and me with Unfathomable. They had copies of Unfathomable at Gen Con and we pre-ordered and it took forever for us to get our copies, right?
Yeah. Why? Why
I don't
does
know.
the convention people get it better first?
I mean,
I'm a
people
convention
pay a
person.
premium
I
to
had a
get
group
there.
that went to the convention and bought all the games. We had all the games. I'm not like saying that I got screwed out of anything. I mean, we got a copy of the Vagrant Song, but I'm just talking as a consumer. Like, is this
No,
not okay? Like, it's
I'm saying
not okay.
As a consumer, we have to recognize that we either want the companies to make money, not like
Do
I'm
you
saying
think they made money
bank.
on those? If you airship games from Europe or China, How much does that cost?
No, but whatever the leeways are in terms of the general marketing or good, like again, why are they doing it? That's the question.
I don't know.
They're not doing it to lose money. They're doing it for
Lance, he was part of a company now defunct that did it, and they had the answer for it.
Which
Remember
what
that?
you're talking about TMG?
Yeah, don't you remember those days
and where's
where you
TMG
had
now?
the early version of I forget which game. What game? was it? It
Eminent,
was one
well,
of those.
Eminent Domain was the one that they had. They had
Yes.
their copies.
So no backer got it early. No, you shipped some to some convention to
No,
pay
they
for
went
the
to Gen
expenses.
Con. So they had okay. So this is actually one of those weird dominoes type of things. So when they Eminent Domain was like one of the first really successful Kickstarters, which now I mean, people would laugh at it. You know how well
Yeah,
it
it
did.
was like 30 grand or 40 grand.
Yeah, but I mean, it was one of the first early Kickstarters,
Oh
and
my
they
God, you made
promised
it.
the backers that they would have their copies for anybody else. And so they then air freighted the
100
game.
copies or something.
Yeah, 100 copies into Gen Con and sold those before. And
Under the pretenses of that was paying the expenses of the convention.
yeah, exactly. And,
Which
and
I call
so-
bullshit on, because if you're paying those air freight prices, your margins are gone.
And
I
so
mean, I just don't
really
know the
aren't.
margins of that.
Michael was under the impression that created so much bad blood that
It did.
he said he would never
Do it again.
never go back on a promise again ever. And so that's one of the reasons why they never reprinted Orleans Deluxe, which is why it was
That
one of
was,
those things.
that was a different problem.
Well, I mean,
That should have never been said. Like for short-term gain,
Well-
like to lock yourself into this promise that basically doomed your company.
I mean, I don't think companies should
Like-
make promises they're not going to follow through on. And if they are going to break it, I think
Well,
they
he
should ask
followed
for
through on it to
permission.
the demise of the company. I mean,
100%. But just don't
yeah.
make that promise. Don't
if
make.
they could have sold the
commitments.
deluxe version at whatever huge margins, then maybe it would still be around.
they would have just pissed them away too. I mean,
I'm just being
know,
shitty. I'm just being shitty tonight, man. I'm like,
I know you are. You're actually like
it
you're
just feels
interrupting
like-
people. You're diving into conversations. You're kind of spirited this evening.
I like it. I like
Yeah.
Fire Scott.
Unfathomable was great. We had a great time.
Good.
You are
It took
unpleasant.
8 hours to
game.
play.
Well, yeah, that's because
Lance had to work during the middle of it. I was like, what? You remember that?
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's why I think like next BGG Con, I like with next year, I think I might just like see if I can take a vacation, and so I can just go and enjoy the convention and not have to worry about being at the
Stefan
booth.
Brunel, who works for Asmodee, basically.
Does he
took a
still
vaca-
work for Asmodee? I mean,
Well, he
thought,
works
like-
for Repos, and Repos was bought out by Asmodee.
I got you. Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know. I just feel like it's so shitty to punish your early supporters by selling your game to some schlub that walks by the booth at Gen Con or makes arrangements for someone to buy a copy from them, which is what we did.
Good.
So I'm basically rattling against myself.
No, that's good. That means you're not just having you are actually more concerned with the general morality and not your
I
personal.
think it's
deprivation.
bad. I mean, you expect like you're going out on a limb to give you this company your $100 or whatever the hell it is, $100 to make the dream come true of making a game. Like that's Kickstarter, right? That's what the core. Of the company
But
is for.
that's not what Kickstarter is anymore. That's such a garbage.
Oh,
like
but that's what that's on the
But it
written on the
used to be.
Kickstarter.
What's it
Bring
used?
projects to life.
yeah, but that nobody.
If you
anybody
want,
who
if you want,
people
like,
who
that
make that
protection-
comment to me, I mean,
if you
Scott,
want
people
that
make that
protection
comment to me,
that
I
the
laugh
game
in their
doesn't exist
face.
anymore, what?
People who make that comment to me, I laugh in their face because it hasn't
I
been. That has
know,
not been the
Lance,
case.
but I'm saying, but they're shielded by this impenetrable shield of crowdfunding where you can fuck up and not deliver anything and no big deal. They're all forgiven. I mean, like you can't
It's
use it as
not-
a no.
Go ahead.
Never mind.
It's not no big deal because I mean, there's
Do you agree or not that there's a shield around making projects on Kickstarter that you basically, if you fuck up and don't deliver there's no price to pay. There's no hell to pay. There's no piper.
There's less of a price to pay than there should be.
I'll agree with that.
well, what should they do? Should they be stripped naked?
But then
and
you're-
walk,
but then
walk
you're just
through,
telling
walk
me
through
that-
the streets?
But then
with
you're
somebody
telling me
yelling
that
shame behind them?
mystique of bringing a project to life and like breathing life into this creation by getting people behind it is a myth. Because those games are
I
gonna
don't
get
think
made
it's a
anyway.
myth. I think this entire
Lance just
industry,
said
with
that.
few exceptions, are funded by people who are willing to be in a lower margin industry because they want to be here, and it's filled with people who are tolerant of those people who are in a lower margin industry because they want to be here. You completely screw up and you don't deliver, there's hell to pay there. But delays and all these other things that we do give good leeway to. I mean, I agree with you. There's plenty of leeway,
Oh
but
yeah,
don't you think
I'll
this is
give
a
you an
bad industry to be in
infinite
if your goal
road,
is profit?
infinite runway for getting late. I don't care.
Yeah, I agree. But don't you think this is a bad industry to be in if your goal is money? If your goal is money and not passion for being here, I'd recommend someone go work somewhere else. I don't think board games is a
I
profitable
want to
place
talk
to
some
be
of
in.
these companies that are
No, there's exceptions. Of course, there's exceptions, but
yeah,
I
yeah.
think they are the exceptions.
Okay. I mean,
I mean, when you want to talk about like the people I have no
but
tolerance
Lance
for, is
just
when
said that the myth of, or the dream of making a game from nothing and getting people to believe in it and give you money to make your dream come to life is basically no longer a thing. It's a myth.
no, that's not true though. It's
Lance
just
just said it.
it's
Why is it not
escalated
true?
from it used to be you had someone in the basement with a little prototype doing their project to life. Now you have a team of 5 people trying to bring a project to life. The scope has increased, but the fact that they're still barely making ends meet is still true. The thing I have no tolerance for is when you have companies like, and no tolerance is a harsh word. The thing where I just don't appreciate, I guess, is when you have companies like Leader Games, like Stronghold, who basically say, by the way, we're going to give this price that's not a good deal at all, and we're just going to say, hey, if you want to back it, and there's no reason to back it. When there are larger companies who don't even give you the incentive of at least a price point. That's why when Ares Exhibition like effed up and they had the whole Target thing and people were down their backs like crazy, I was fine with that. I was like, yeah, you want to never trust them again? By all means. They did treat you like a piggy bank, and then they turned around and made a deal with Target. I think there are exceptions, but when you have like Elf Creek Games who's trying to like just make ends meet and they're saying, hey, listen, we got to launch another Kickstarter because cash flow, because pandemic screwed us over. Like, I'm not saying I want them to
Yeah,
not
I think there's
deliver.
a mixture of that kind of stuff happen.
Yeah. My patience and tolerance is for the fact that that we've increased the scale of what a small company is. The large people, again, and everything's large. You never know who's doing what. But like there is a point where I also have no tolerance. It's just a small percentage.
I forgot how we were talking about.
I don't know. It's just a fun conversation.
What was
I'm
we-
really
what was we on
enjoying
this
this. I'm
path?
trying to play Hadrian's Wall over here, and you guys are distracting me.
Oh, you're playing a game, man.
Yeah, this is how I play games. The Lance like I don't have time for solo games. Like,
Yeah, you got to
solo games.
multitask, baby.
I'm an Alaboom.
I forget what we were talking about.
All fun and games.
Just I mean,
Oh, yeah. No,
I brought up the fact that there was a very heated debate, and it was weird. It was like people, and the other thing. So, I'm going to take the publisher hat off and put it off to the side here for a second. So it is for me. It's like I can see how people just get so mad where it's just like, yeah, I backed this same thing. It's like, yeah, fine. I missed a few emails and I missed which. How many emails did you not read? I mean, like literally, like pledge manager is closing, pledge manager is closing, pledge manager is closing. I mean, there is something like if you put a down payment on a car, and like it's like, is it
a down
like
payment though? Is
well,
that the way it's treated now?
You're
I don't know.
giving somebody money for a thing later. Yes, I mean it's just like if you went to a store and they said, yeah, we'll have PS5s, but if you give us the $500 now, we'll make sure you have one as soon as we have them. You wouldn't just forget about it. You wouldn't walk away and say, well, I hope they give it to me eventually. No, you'd be fucking calling that store constantly. Do you get the PS5s yet? Do you have an idea when they're going to come in? Anything like that? And it's just like, and the thing is that with Kickstarter, I guess I have this attitude of like, oh, well, I like once a month, I spend about a half hour going through all of my old Kickstarters to see which ones have fulfilled, which ones haven't. And I try to remember if I've gotten the stuff. And I try to, when I get the stuff in the mail, like it's like, oh, I got this RPG book that I ordered. I try to like, as soon as I get it, like mark it as received, so I know I got it.
Yeah,
and
so
so I don't like then see it and like, oh, I never got this. And because there's been a couple times in my life where I said, I kind of was like, yeah, I never got this. And they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. And then they sent me another one. And then I found the second copy like a year later. I'm like, oh,
you send them more money.
Dads, man.
yeah, no, I've contacted them every single time. And I was like, my bad. I have 2. Can I send this back? Can I pay for it? Some way. Most of them, they're like, I don't worry about it. It's just like, who cares? Because that book cost me $1.50 to print off. And I just not
Cost
worried
you more
about
money
it.
to ship back.
Yeah. So it's just, but I felt bad, I mean, so I try to do that. I try to make sure that I don't make a mistake in my favor kind of thing. And then, so the thing with that though is that, and then for me, it's also kind of like cathartic, right? It's just like, and this is horrible for me to say, but as hard as I take it up the ass from people telling me that I'm a piece of shit because they haven't got their game yet.
No,
it's sometimes there's like this really horrible like schadenfreude joy of seeing people going after another company that isn't me. I'm like, oh, somebody else is actually being,
but here's the thing,
like dragged down the street.
When you put yourself in the consumer position of taking money ahead of time, then you get what you deserve, what you get. You have to take it, as you say.
Well, yeah,
you have to.
The problem is that,
I mean,
like,
it's the price of doing business.
The problem with a lot of it is that you could easily, like, you like if it was something like that PS5, like if it was like, oh, they took my money and like, sorry, we had them but we sold them, like theoretically, if it's within like the 180 days of a credit card, you could dispute it, and you could probably get your $500 back.
You would win 100 out of 100 times.
The problem with the Kickstarter is that the 180 days has long since gone.
Exactly. And that's why there's this aura of protection.
And so you contact
in the crowdfunding world that doesn't seem to jive with reality.
Like, so you contact your bank and you say, I'd like to dispute this. I mean, and since I used to handle disputes and escalations, I know exactly what happens.
Just to be a devil's advocate, I have never once paid any sales tax for any Kickstarter. I haven't. I'd be curious to see how that is explained to the state's tax bureau taxes.
That's tomorrow's problem.
Anyway, whatever.
Yeah. No, I'm saying it's like,
I mean, I can't
from this conversation.
I can't speak for any publisher, but I know that like lots of I know that we have been contacted by people saying, oh, it's like, when everybody was like skirting the VAT in some way or another and like and hitting it, the European government, the EU governments are coming down on people. It's like, so yeah, you delivered all these things and it looks like you didn't pay the correct amount of VAT. So, it's like the nice thing is that most of the companies are so small that those governments probably aren't going to go through the bother of doing litigation to try to like collect money from you. But it's like there definitely are people they're like,
well, it's usually supposed to be on the customs thing and the VAT is paid by the person who receives it.
True, but there's ways to get around it.
Yeah, of course, by falsifying the documents that say how much is a value. Do you put the full value on your customs forms on these games? Or do you mark them? You know what?
All I can say as publishers, as publishers,
let's just move on from that.
I want to say as a publisher, we talk to all of our like fulfillment partners in the EU, and they advise us on how to handle it, and we follow their instructions.
Right. Okay.
That was a scripted answer.
Anyway.
You planned for that.
What did you say there? What did you say?
That's a scripted answer. You planned for that.
Well, what are you supposed to say? I mean, you contact a company, you say, hey, I'd like to pay you to make sure that these games get to our backers in this location. And they're like, cool, follow these instructions and take care of it. Thank you very much. There you go. We're done. And they're like, thank you very much. Well, thank you for your money. We're going to go ahead and deliver these things. At that point, I mean, they're the ones that live in Europe. I mean, they must know what they're talking about.
No, well, whatever. I don't want to talk about this anymore. let's move on.
Moving on.
There's gonna be something else to talk about. Oh, did anybody watch the Beatles thing? Anybody watch the Beatles?
It's been a blast. I'll see you.
Yeah, well, enjoy your Hadrian's Wall there, buddy.
Yeah, now I'm going to bed. I should have been up 25 minutes ago. My wife's waiting for me, but this conversation is too interesting.
All right, brother.
Take it easy.
Laters.
I have not watched the Beatles thing. I've heard that it is a slog to get through, though.
I slept more than one person, but it's got some really good things in it.
It's just like they say that
there's some really good things.
You'll watch.
I can't watch. I mean, the 7 hours or whatever it is, that 8 hours is just too much for me. But it was good. In the end, I feel it was good.
Yeah.
Even though I watched only like half of it.
The thing that I read was it was just like it was one of those things where it was what's the word looking for? It was just like why is it taking that much time to get to something that's interesting, right? You know, it was just
They
kinda
should have
like-
filtered down some stuff but I think they're going for the completeness of it. Like they had 60 hours of the tape
Yeah.
of film.
You know what?
And
So
they
not
nailed it,
not
knocked it
not
down
to
to
circle back to Midnight Mass, but like I went and read some like reviews of it. Well, two things. I want to here's something we can talk about, and then we're gonna like one of the things about, as I
Can I get
said,
a
that's
drink?
really good about Midnight Mass is the writing.
Well, I'll be back in that.
And well, but I want you here for the second thing. So and it's not spoilers, so don't worry about that. But is the writing, and there are definitely like moments in the show where basically it's like two people having a conversation that is very in depth, and people will kind like they'll have let one person just talk for like 4 minutes describing something that happened in their lives or a belief they have or something like that. And there are like so many like reviewers out there that watched it and that are like, oh, if they could have just cut out the monologues, if they could just cut out the talking. And I was just like, oh my God, you know, that's one of those things where it's just like, that was the whole point of the thing, was to have these longer extended conversations. And it's just like, really, are we just, you know, but we live in a TikTok world, right?
These are the people that probably couldn't get through any Aaron Sorkin stuff either.
Well, yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, it's just like, I mean, I like movies and stuff that have really good writing. I mean, just good writing, like writing that, like, I really despise. There's two things as I've gotten older. There's two things I really despise in movies. I despise blatant exposition, like that. It's just like, it's so obviously that, like, you know, the person who shows up and like they just have that thing, or it's just like, you know, it's just like the new kid, like that joins the police force or whatever, and he's got the buddy cop or whatever, and he's like, who's that guy? Oh, that's old man Henry or whatever. He's like, he's been, and then they have, it's like, he's the one guy who's uncorruptible, who will never, like, the guy gives like a little like 20-word sentence that gives you this guy's entire life story for the whole thing. So you have the whole thing, like the comment as they're driving by, new construction, yeah, that's the new oil refinery they've been working on, supposed to be finished 2 weeks from now. Oh, probably because you're gonna have a gun battle there at the end of the movie.
But that's the old haunted Smith mansion.
Yeah,
You know?
like, exactly.
So do you know what I found that particular scenario you're talking about really bothered me recently, was the second part to the Masters of the Universe on Netflix that just launched a few days ago.
Oh yeah.
The rest of it, all of the fucking episodes were like, stop right now. Do you want me to write the rest of it for you? I can tell you how it's going to end.
Really?
You know, and it was really just a, you know, I was like, you know, looking at my watch and waiting for it to end. I actually ended up fast forwarding through a lot of it.
Yeah,
that bugs me a lot.
What really annoys me is that, like, that there's stuff that's being created, and once again, I'm just sitting here just spasming over and over again about how great Midnight Mass is. But I mean,
Oh yeah,
it's
excellent.
it's one of those things where it's like, why can't more stuff be like that? You know, like, why? It's just like, I live in a world where media isn't created for me anymore. You know, because I don't. I mean, I can sit and enjoy a cooking show just fine with my wife, you know, and it's something like, you know, like a cooking competition show. I find those entertaining. I could do without like the scripted host stuff, you know. It's like, oh, yeah, just like, you know, just that adds nothing to the conversation. I could definitely do without that. Oh, hey, Evan, what's up?
Yeah.
Your wife's boyfriend must have left town, so you're allowed to go home now.
Yeah, finally.
No, good for you.
Never did get that paternity test.
I was gonna tell both of you this. Like, I went so my Black Friday, I went to my local game store because they had some stuff, and I ended up actually picking up Maglev Metro on the cheap, which I was pretty happy about.
I've been curious
But
to try that.
Yeah.
but it was like 50% off. I was like, okay, well, I'll buy this for $30. But anyway, I was in there and I almost bought a $100 box of Magic cards. I was just like, maybe I could teach my daughter how to play this.
Got him hooked. We've got him hooked.
And then I was like, nope, we're not gonna get this. We're it's like, and you know why? The reason why, like I looked at it and I couldn't figure out which one I should buy. Like I couldn't figure it out. And then the only guy that was working was the owner, and the owner, Rich, he's functionally blind. I mean, like, so he, and like I was like, so he was just like, he's like, I gotta get my Magic guy to tell you which one to get, but he's not here. And his brother is the guy. And I was like, just don't worry about it. You know, if I think of it. And then now the itch is gone. It just, it's
I got the real hack for you. So I don't think, nope, they're still doing this. I heard they maybe are, but they were doing it for years and years.
Jumpstart.
Welcome decks.
Oh, welcome.
If you go to any wizard store, like a Magic store, and you ask if they have welcome decks, as long as they still have them, WotC literally sends out decks for free for stores to give away for free. The first taste is free vibe.
Yeah.
They're complete decks. So if you want to just, next time you're in a game store, just ask if they have welcome decks.
See, I want to do the same thing that we did. And then just buy a bunch, and then just like what I would probably do is I take all those and I just separate them all out into the colors, and then just tell my daughter to pick a color, and I pick a color and play.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I'd have to get a bunch of land cards too, and then I was trying to think about that. Then I was also thinking I'd have to get some sleeves, and I was like, this is just gonna take too much
if
work.
You can find Jumpstart, then do Jumpstart, because it's like the Smash Up Shuffle deck vibe, but it's two mini packs that are.
This sounds like so much work right
No,
now.
it's easy.
No,
dude.
that's easy.
Jumpstart, you get 2 packs, you shuffle together.
Nope, I'm out. I'm not listening. I'm out.
Well, you know that now forever you have to play with us at cons. This is now.
No, I can just play at the cons, and I'm just going to go ahead. I'm giving the hot tag to Marty Jannetty, and I'm getting out. I'm like, I'm out. Somebody else gets to go in the ring and get beat up by Vader, not me. Just those are for you, Forrest. The wrestling references.
I heard them. I like them.
That was like one of my favorite lines. I said we were having an argument about finishing moves, and somebody said, what was Marty Jannetty's? Nobody's going to get this joke but you, Forrest. And we said, somebody said, what was Marty Jannetty's finishing move? And he said, the hot tag to Shawn Michaels.
Yeah.
Good job on the singing there, Evan. I didn't know you could.
I will be right back.
What's that? What did I sing?
Good. I don't know, what was that thing you posted with the? Was that you singing on stage?
Oh, that was Radar Love. Yeah.
Radar Love. Yeah. I love that song.
I know, dude. Yeah, that was for like a fundraising event, and so a whole bunch of musicians would play like 3 songs. You know, it was fun.
You remember back in the day of MTV when they played that like every 30 minutes? Were you around back then?
I think so.
Like the 80s.
I mean, I would have been young. Actually, I think I hated MTV at that time.
How old were you?
My brother was trying to listen to.
You're like 10.
And I would get my synthesizer out and like just play the most annoying sounds I could.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I was like 7 or whatever.
So I wanted to buy a synthesizer for my nephew for Christmas, and I found this thing called the Blip Block or Blip Block. Have you heard of this?
No, what's
Blip
that?
Box. Oh, let me find it.
Yeah,
it's really cool, and I was like, wow, I totally want to get that for myself. And it's $200. Yeah, well, I need it. Let me see if I can find it.
It's gonna go on my shelf somewhere, and I'll look at it and be like, I should touch that someday.
Blip Blocks, it's called.
Or at least that's what I would do.
It's like a kitty. It's so awesome. Actually, let me share my screen. Sure. Where'd it go? There we go. Can you see it? It's like the Fisher Price version of a synth. Isn't that cool?
That is
like
cool.
I mean, it sounds good too. It's got like two oscillators and an LFO. Like,
wow. That looks awesome.
Yeah, it's sick. It's got a tempo handle here. It's got a filter here. It's got the here's the oscillators. There's
Yeah.
maybe one oscillator. It seems like 2 modulators. Really cool. Got some drums too, but they don't sound that good.
Oh, I thought this was Scott.
It is Scott.
It is me.
Scott's in a music band.
I didn't actually.
I'm into music. You know, this thing rocks.
Dude, if I made an 80s based like TV show, this would be. I would make it.
I feel like I need my glow sticks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some acid right there. I'm totally gonna get one. Anyway.
That's awesome.
That
But
feels like something you'd play with for a night and then be like, oh, I wish it was just an NPC.
Yeah, maybe, but it's only $200.
Yeah,
Um,
but it's
NPC,
probably super
$1,000.
portable and just easy, which is the fun part, right?
Yeah.
And I like it's almost like when you look at it though, like they made it look really good there. It looks like a toy, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
in fact, that's the second version of the one what they've done. Like the original one. Let me see if I can find it. The original one is very toy-like. No dark theme.
Was it just as rocking though?
I think it's the same system.
Oh, okay.
The
They just-
box?
A little more like,
Hi, I'm Troy, the creator of the Flip Blocks. In this video,
that's totally
I'll show
like
you the basics of creating sounds
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
wow.
that doesn't look good.
no, but it's the same.
from the tempo lever.
The
The
tempo
notes
lever.
flow into the oscillator select button.
I mean, it's a good way to teach
Now, let's-
synthesizers to kids, I guess.
This LED
But he's almost 16, and I'm like, this is too kiddie for him.
Yeah,
Like he's into music and stuff. But it definitely looks like a toy.
yeah,
Would touch
yeah.
it.
The other one.
Yeah, the other one, but still, I don't think you'd touch it either.
Yeah, it is pretty sweet though.
Or I can get it and then
Controller
say, if you don't
vibe.
want it, just get back to me.
That's awesome.
Did you know I grew up right next to where the Moog was invented?
The
Moog. The
The
Moog.
Moog. The
Yeah.
Moog.
Yeah, he did it just up the lake from where I was.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
in Ithaca. I guess he
That was like in
into
the
it as well.
70s, wasn't it? When that was made? Or
Yeah,
60s?
or-
Sounds right.
Yeah.
When was that invented?
Isn't Moog? Aren't they the ones that invented the?
With the
Yeah.
oscillator?
Oh,
No,
theremin?
the theremin. Yeah.
Theremin. Oh,
I don't
did
know
that
if that
job.
was.
Oh, get out of here! Get out of here! Come on.
By the
now.
way, the first Moog was from 1965.
oh, okay. Where did it say where? I want to say it
Uh,
was like in Romulus, New York, or somewhere.
Romulus.
Yeah, upstate New York. Like they got really like super Greek.
Clever with the names.
Yeah, well, all the names there's like 250 towns named after places in Greece or famous Greek names. It's like,
Romulus was an emperor, I think.
yeah. But like there's
Oh, not Greek.
Looks like it
Yeah, they
that was Roman.
yeah, there was. Oh, the name's good of a giveaway.
Oh, they did make the theremin.
Really? Okay.
Well, they're making music with a theremin. I don't know if they invented the theremin.
The best thing
knew
I
something.
you know who Victor Wooten is, the bassist?
No.
Anyone?
Did he start the Wooten clan?
No, he was in Bale Fleck and the Fleck.
Trumansburg, New York.
Yep, Trumansburg. That's 20 minutes away. That's like the neighboring town. Yeah.
Okay.
From Ithaco?
Yeah, yeah, it's not how it's pronounced. But
Ithaco. It's to hit armor class.
Getting
yeah,
real keyboard, says Kabuki.
no one.
To hit armor class 0? No? Okay.
The
He already
I saw-
plays drums.
I saw Bela Fleck and the Flecktones, and Victor Wooten, who's an absolutely amazing bassist, was doing a bass battle, but they're performing with a thereminist, and she turned the octaves way down, and they literally did a bass battle,
Oh, that's awesome.
theremin versus like one of the
Wow.
best bassists in the
Nice.
world, and it was actually surprisingly good. Like she totally held her own. I was like, wow, that's unbelievable. Actually,
I've played with a theremin. They are not easy.
it's not easy.
No.
It's just
No.
with degree. Yeah, you just gotta know the hand motions. Like,
Yeah.
That's where you gotta like put your hand in and go higher and low. Like
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The closer you get to the thing, it like goes higher pitch and stuff, and you can.
you have to do that with your mouth while your hand goes. Though.
Well, yeah, you do it with the mouth.
Yeah, obviously. Alrighty.
All right. Well, we were just bombing you guys. We're actually gonna do some kind of game design thing.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna play. Did you tell them about fantasy round?
Oh yeah, we're gonna. So Lance, did you see me buy this right before we walked out of the hall for the last time?
Yeah, I saw you pick that up.
Who's selling out?
We're gonna play it for the first time ever. I know it's one of your faves.
It is. It's a cool game. Every single card's different. It's and it's the players get to determine how quickly the game is over. As far as because you keep going until you can burn through the deck. So like you either draw a card off the top of the deck or you take a card, because you're always got the same number of cards in your hand. So you're picking a card from the cards that are available and replacing a card in your hand, or you're drawing a card off the top of the deck, and then that card can even just be put face down, face up if you don't want it.
Yeah.
And so if you think you got like the 5 cards that together are going to score you the most points, you can just on your turn just burn through those cards. Pick one up, put it down. Pick one up, put it down. Trying to speed up the end of the game.
There's an app for scoring too, by the way.
Nice.
I mean, it's not hard to score it, but
I like using my brain. So challenge myself.
Yeah, and Lance
there's a
prefers
variant
the
to play.
After Dark version, Strip Fantasy Realms.
Yes, there you go.
I think Fancy Realms is already a strip club somewhere.
So
the
this
thing
is
we should
this
keep
is
the video feed rolling.
so I found this button. You Ryan, Evan, you have no idea. Forrest, you might remember. I was wondering, Scott, if you remember that the Empire Board Games online store.
Uh-uh.
I know the one that was after it though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
what city? What state?
So if you Google it on Board Game Geek, there's a lot of discussing retailer stuff, because they were doing the hot game to get you to go and order games and then purchase more games so you can get to free shipping or whatever like that.
Right.
And there was and it was something which I forget if it was either Yarrington or Seth Hyatt that was associated with them, but nobody could prove they were associated with them. It was and it was run by it was supposed to be run by two college kids just trying to run a board game store.
What's the name of it?
Empire Board Games.
Empire.
It's from like 10 years ago.
Hmm.
But I ordered some games and they sent me a button, and I found that button in a drawer that I was digging through old stuff of mine and throwing stuff away.
Nice.
And I found that old thing. Anyway,
I must have seen them. I mean, I opened my board game store like 11 years ago, so I'm sure I must have seen them somewhere.
Search the forums.
yeah, you have to search the forums and the hot deals forums, from like 10 years ago or something like that. But yeah, that was back in the era of
Game Nerds.
I ordered something off of Game Nerds.
What's up?
I haven't ordered anything from them recently, but I did order something
They're doing
a
that
couple
Lost
years
League
ago.
type thing.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they have a hot game of the day or whatever.
Yeah.
It sells out in 5 minutes because they got 3 copies.
I think I got Dune Imperium from Game Nerds.
That game's fantastic.
I got the fancy upgrade pack.
I have not. I can't. I
Is it
didn't pre-order it, and of course, now they don't have any more, and
Yeah.
which I'm sure they'll make more convention. Good heavens! I'm going to throw this cat into the sun. He's literally just drag racing up and down the hallway in the basement for no reason. There's nothing going on.
Hey man, make your own fun. That's how you do it. I'll trade you my upgraded Dune Imperium for your deluxe Orleans.
Yeah, they'll actually they'll repent. They'll reprint the Imperium again.
That's why it would be a good deal for me.
What makes it deluxe?
It was like a whole upgrade pack with plastic minis and a sweet coin token instead of the worm token. It's like metal coin. That's awesome.
And it comes in a larger box, so
Maker.
I think theoretically the expansion will be able to fit in there as well.
Yes. And I need to get Rise of X, but once I have it, it'll fit in there.
Well, Rise X isn't out yet. It comes out supposedly soon.
Oh wow, that
That
cat's
cat,
going
man.
up to, what happened to your fish tank? Is it back there?
Yeah, it's just the lights turn off. I have the lights on a timer, so the
fish sleep.
All I see is the chair going around and around. And
no, literally he is, and the other cat is sitting on top of my stereo over there, and just watching him just run back and
Shaking his
forth
head.
like an absolute madman, losing his mind.
That's awesome.
But yeah, I don't know. Who knows? and I can hear him banging stuff around upstairs.
Yeah. Oh, and you know how it's just cubes for your little soldiers in Dune.
Now they're little soldiers.
Now they're little soldiers. So yeah, I'm excited. I like it. That's one of the. I don't actually buy that many games these days, and that was one that I played once and was like, I'm buying it.
By the way, if you play the Fantasy Realms and you think it's too short, there's a variant to play a longer version,
Oh, okay.
like 4 extra cards or something.
Okay. Nice. I did get
What did you-
something
what did you
fancy
say?
at the booth.
There's a variant to make it play longer. Like you can play a longer version of Fantasy Realms.
Sure. Delightful.
Oh yeah.
Especially with 2 players, that game's gonna be over in a minute. You look at your hand, you're like, I'm set. I'm pat.
Some of Fantasy Realms.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said
Because you
it
can
was
like, oh, I can't possibly make this any better.
I just heard him say with 2 players will be over in a minute. I don't know what you're talking about.
some longer version or
Okay.
something.
It's a fast game.
But we should probably peace out so we don't just have them watch us eat.
Yeah, you guys want to just
What
watch
are you guys
it?
eating?
Kind of trying to finish off Thanksgiving stew. That was made.
Turkey
Oh,
stew.
Yeah,
Turkey soup.
We
Yeah.
could do a whole ASMR thing.
We could. I got the mic for it now.
You have the one that mic with the ears on it.
Yeah, I have the mic I was using, and part of the reason I blur is because I have a shotgun microphone that you actually use for voiceover recording, and it was like right in my face. That thing could pick up some detail for sure
yeah.
because it's like super narrow. So you just get it right in. It'd be good.
All right.
That
Well,
lady that used to lick the ears off the microphone is banned from Twitch, I think.
really?
What?
Yeah,
She
she used to lick the ears on that microphone for like 8 hours straight.
Was it like a
You're-
binaural one with the fake.
Yeah,
mic?
yeah. It had like human ears, like latex or something.
Yeah,
like,
those are binaural. They're meant to like replicate how your hearing hears things. So
that's
the reason for
interesting.
recording like in your head stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
Why
Yeah,
were
she
they
would do-
banned
she would
from
do the-
Twitch?
Too sexy.
I mean, have you ever watched it?
No.
Is it
why
about
would I?
watching or listening?
I wonder if she's still banned. Let me look.
Oh.
Too sexy.
No, she's back on. She's live right now.
Oh, okay.
She's
It's too
doing it,
bad that
dude.
Lance can't host via
Can I-
Zoom.
Do you want me to share my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Is that okay, Lance?
Sure, but not for if it's something that's
I mean, it's-
inappropriate. I'd rather you didn't
I
do
don't
it.
know. Let me. No, it's not appropriate.
Put the link in the
I'll-
chat.
I'll put the link in the chat.
More
Her
of
name-
curiosity.
If anybody is very curious, her name is Amarant. Amourant. She's live right now.
All right,
That's
guys. Well, we have to go do something not related to watching that, I promise. Except
I don't understand how this is Twitch
right now.
viable. I mean,
Oh, that is so not appropriate.
but she's got the binaural mics going. Anyway, whatever.
Microphones.
Yep.
She's almost got 10,000 people watching her.
She's
Is that a
making a very good living off that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's one of the highest. Remember on the top when they were leaked the money?
Yeah. All you gotta do is lick a mic, man, and you're in there.
What
Or-
does that say for the friggin' viewership of Twitch, man? Holy shit.
It says exactly what you think it is.
It says that the internet
Captain
makes
Sweatpants
money
to the rescue. Holy shit.
This is
I thought,
awkward.
I thought she got banned.
This is so weird.
Yeah. All right,
Like,
guys.
why wouldn't you
We
just-
gotta go. We'll see you later.
See you guys.
Hi, guys.
She looks cold.
Why wouldn't you just watch porn and then just spend the rest of your afternoon doing something else? Like what stimulates someone to watch that for a prolonged period of time? Like I just don't understand it.
I don't know. I just got a Dunkin' Donuts ad.
Now I'd rather watch that for 12 hours.
Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh yeah. I love
This
that.
should be
Yeah,
on
but you have
OnlyFans.
to remember we're not 18 anymore. You know, I mean, like, think of all the hormones we had
Oh, yeah.
roaring through our bodies when we were in our 20s. You know,
I definitely fear for the future.
I mean, I think of some of the dumb, like as Al Bundy once famously said, men have been doing stupid things to get the attention of women for since the beginning of time, and I am no different. You know, just like so. Good for her. You know, she's not. There's an audience for what she does, and
Twitch gives it to her.
Absolutely. Did I tell
This
you-
should be on OnlyFans.
Well,
I
no,
thought you
because
had to move to
well,
one.
no, I mean, if it was something like that, I think there's an expectation of it to be like truly pornographic. Whereas here, it's like, oh, if I can just wear some skimpy clothing and whisper in a microphone,
I suppose.
I guess she has like a.
Did you guys know how she was making on Twitch? A month,
How much?
133,000
A year?
a month.
A month? Fuck off! Really? Holy
Yes.
shit!
You can retire in like 2 years, depending on where you live.
All you gotta do is lick ears.
I mean, I imagine you also have to have a certain look. I don't think I could start pulling.
Don't sell yourself short, man.
I think you should. I think you should, Forrest.
Just try.
If you're willing to get pennies for in a
I know.
pickle,
You would
You
probably
know?
look in here for $1. $20 is $20.
$20 is $20.
It's like pay me to stop. Oh, any more resumes? Let's see. Ooh, we got one more.
That's crazy. Indeed.com is what wasn't it?
Yeah.
I need to check that out. I mean, I need
I
it.
don't,
I do
I
need
don't know if
some
it's
part-time
Canadian or
work.
not. I don't think so because there's people from all over the universe.
I assume, do you pay them through the Indeed system or do you pay them directly?
I don't pay them at all.
Oh, what do you mean?
You can,
Oh,
but
this is for a free job? I mean, like a internship or something?
no. This is so if you want to boost your ad, you can pay.
Oh, you're
them.
talking about paying the system. Yeah. I get it.
Oh yeah, no,
you don't
I
even.
yeah.
I mean, you pay the employees, right? Or the
I
people.
pay them directly. This is only to get the job.
I see. Like we
Yeah,
use
yeah,
a thing. I forget what it's called, but to pay one of the artists that lives in Romania. I think she lives in Romania.
Yeah, I was looking into stuff
Um,
like that when I was
Like you can pay them through that website, and it basically.
Yeah, we talked about that. I think
I
Scott.
think we did. What was the name? of it?
Yeah, I was looking at that when I interviewed for the position, which is vacant again. I was interviewing 2 guys from the States and 1 guy from here. So if I hired the guy in the States, then I wanted to be able to hire him and not just hire him as a contractor. But
Yeah.
You guys decorate your houses for Christmas, right?
Oh yeah.
I so I decorate the inside and we put a big tree in front of the we have a
Real tree
patio
or fake
window.
tree?
I was a big huge fan and I got a real tree for the first decade. But then my wife was like
Tired of cleaning it up.
yeah, she was tired of cleaning up the needles.
She
and
did all the
stuff.
cleanups.
Well, I helped. It wasn't like I just
Lance helped.
Lance,
you
help.
I held the dustpan.
yeah, you take care of that tree already. Just like
Cleaned up that sap.
so it's cool. So I mean, I'm sure other places have this here, but it's like you have until like the second week of January. You can put your tree with your garbage, and there's a truck that drives around and they collect it and they actually mulch it up and then
Hey, don't the needles are they used for something?
yeah, so they actually do
Needles.
collect them. So I do remember when I had a neighbor who got his out too late, and like it just sat on the berm for like a month, and then eventually
The city wouldn't come by and like citation him.
no, they didn't care. And then eventually like
what state is this?
eventually there was like this big giant like there was like this big giant like blizzard, and I just kept on watching this like there was like 40 mile an hour winds. I kept on watching this like pine tree like rolling down the road away from us. So I was like, I can just tell my neighbor was like, somebody else's problem now.
That wouldn't fly in Dallas, man. You get a ticket in a minute.
But here's I can remember when my wife and I moved here, there was hardly anybody that lived in the area we were at. And slowly but surely the plots got bought, but there was one plot left. It's this house that's 2 doors down to my right, and it was just a vacant lot, and it stayed vacant. Everything else got sold, and for whatever reason that lot just stayed vacant year after year, and that vacant lot just became the spot where everybody in the neighborhood dumped their grass clippings.
yeah.
like literally, so that you didn't have to take it to the compost. It was like people would be like, all right, done. It's like, just like, yes, I.
So they make the whole neighborhood look terrible by dumping it in the vacant lot.
Well, No, it's organic. It just decomposed and whatever. But
Okay.
everybody just took their grass clippings over there instead of having to drive it to because there's like 2 spots in Moorhead where you got to take if you didn't have eventually everybody got a mower that was a mulching mower, so you didn't have to collect your clippings anymore. You just the blades grounded up and fine enough that it just fertilized your lawn. But yeah, everybody just went over there. You would just you just watch as people like across the street would be like pushing their lawn, like carrying their bags of just dumping it. It's just everybody now. Good old days.
My dad moved to North Carolina when I was like 20, when I was in college, and when he moved in, the guy who owned the property had a Christmas tree farm. And when they closed on the house, my dad did not want to pay for the Christmas trees that were on the farm because he didn't, it's like, when am I going to do all these Christmas trees? And so the guy chopped them all down before he left. I was like, what a spiteful son of a bitch.
Wow.
Screw you.
I'm not letting you sell these. Like, whoa. Like,
But no, so
we
so
little to do that I'm going to go sell Christmas trees.
So my one story about Christmas decorations. We decorate the inside. We put up a tree. Actually, we're going to put up the tree this weekend. I'm going to. I'm just going to say we'll put up the tree because I hate and then it's a week before Christmas and you're just like, oh, it's like put up a tree. No,
you want more time.
Get up a tree so it just kind of looks nice. You can start putting presents underneath it, that kind of thing. And and then we decorate the inside of the house, and my daughter usually hangs lights in her window and stuff like that. Now, one year I crawled up on top of the house and I put in I installed lights, and I actually went to the process of getting these these plastic clippies that, and if you know what I'm talking about, that slide underneath each of because they go underneath your shingles.
Eaves.
Yeah. Well, no, these went underneath your shingles, and it was just like slide. And then it's just a process of stringing the lights. You just start going and so I had lights, and I basically went up and down the side of the house and over the garage and the whole 9 yards. And it looked nice. The house looked nice, and it looked pretty and whatever. And it was a little scary, because my house is, it's got 2 stories, so it's so you're kind of up a little high, there definitely was it was and I didn't have a tall enough ladder to just, walk up a ladder, go into it, then move a little further down. I had to climb up on top of the roof and do it. Then we had that blizzard that I referenced, and the lights came undone from it, and they were dangling way down, and the wind was coming up. And the thing was, the lights were smacking against the front patio window over and over again. And these are glass bulb lights, and it was and I had no worries that it was going to break any of the windows. It was just because those bulbs are going to shatter before the windows did. But it was like the clunk, every it was just this really loud noise. And then the next day, my wife's like, you got to get those lights down. And I remember I was like, yeah, I agree. I do. And I remember I climbed up on top of that roof. I have never been so scared for my life. Just because it was icy and slippery, and I was just and I was basically crawling all hands and knees, and a couple times I was started sliding down. Oh God,
I would love a picture of that or a video.
And I was just, and literally I was detaching the.
Can you just pull it?
Well, no, because they were attached to those clips that are basically and so I was just throwing the stuff off. I was just I wasn't trying to bundle it up nicely thing. And I was like, screw it, I don't care. That was it was one of those things where it's one wrong move, I'm just sliding right.
We lost him to a Christmas tree lighting accident.
Yeah, just
that sounds like a Darwin Award almost.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, there you go. No, I love Christmas though. It's because you have a birthday right around now.
It's in January.
Well, yeah, but you're born just slightly after me. Both of us are staring at
January 26th.
You're staring
I'm staring at 51, maybe. My friend.
Yeah, that's right. You're a year older than
I'm older than you.
I'm staring at 50 here, and in a week or so.
Sucks to
Um,
be 50 in a pandemic.
Yeah, but my buddy Craig,
whatever.
my buddy
I had a
Craig,
really-
he turned
I had a-
50, and like he was just like
I had a really good 40 birthday party. It was awesome.
my 40. I had everybody over at my house. We played
It
poker
was funny.
all
Everybody
night long.
that was over my house looked so happy. And then I saw everybody at BGG. I mean, did you meet my group? I don't think you did.
Well, no.
They came into the room that first day, and I hung out with them for like a couple hours. I don't know if you met them.
Well, I met
They're all-
most of those people.
Everybody's
yeah.
like real life, man, kicking in. Sucks. Pandemic sucks.
Yeah, I felt bad. My buddy Craig, who I've known forever, he turned 50 during the pandemic too, and he was just like, "Yep, I really didn't do much of anything." You know, he was just.
I was trying to look back at this year. I'm like, what did we do?
That is weird.
lot.
2021 kind of just flew
It just
by.
went by like really a blink of the eye. I mean, I really can't even.
It's like, I don't know. It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it crushed by so fast. It was just.
I mean, in 2020, we like took it in stride. We were trying to like make it a good year because of, but then 2021, we're like, well, we didn't make any virtual conventions. We did a real convention. I mean, that's good. I'm happy with that.
So okay, hey, I don't want to circle back to Kickstarter stuff, but I did actually want an opinion about something. So if you had a situation, and I'm going to talk about blacklist games and blacklist miniatures. They're basically like, there's like 2 or 3 campaigns that they ran, which is weird because there's multiple different companies that they're involved with, and there's like 2 or 3 of them that are basically like, oh, it's just like they had an update that said all of our stuff is in the warehouse at QML, but QML has informed us that there's a few things that we need to take care of before
they start shipping.
Before we can start shipping.
you mentioned that
and
last
basically everybody said QML wants their money. And it's just like it's a financial thing because if anybody knows anything about how you fulfill things, it is like, it's like as far as like the backer information, all that garbage, it's evident. It's there. It isn't like it's a surprise or anything like that. It's just like, so it's a money thing. QML's probably said, yeah, we shipped out all this other stuff for you already. You owe us, there's a bill here. Before we start shipping out anything else, we need some cash. I mean, and maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't. I have no idea.
Okay. Maybe
But the
that's
smart,
what we did.
but the logical smart. Would it be better for the company to just say, if that was the case, hey, look, we owe QML this money and we got to pay it, and then they'll ship out the rest of the stuff? Would it be better for them to say that, or to say something vague like, there's just a couple of things we need to take care of, and then we'll go ahead and send it out?
I don't know.
Upload.
Good question. I would have said nothing. What do people need to know? The details of this.
Well, I mean, in a lot of cases,
I
like,
mean, they're basically trying to say it's QML's fault now, right? In so many words,
well, I mean, it's just it's one of those things
Like,
where
you would have your stuff, but it's QML's fault that we don't, because we have to do something for them. I don't know. Maybe I'm not really good at this kind of stuff, so I'm not sure. Why not just say we're getting ready to ship? Done. But to say it's in the QML warehouse and we have to do a few things to make it finish, then you're basically inviting criticism and analysis and backseat kickstart managers and quarterbacks.
yeah,
No. Has it started shipping yet?
no.
It's been like 2 weeks now, right?
They're saying they probably won't be able to ship until 2022, even though the stuff is in the warehouse at QML.
Well, it's not interesting.
And it's fine. Whatever. I'll get my
Whatever.
stuff.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get my stuff. And
You'll
what
get
am I
your
going
stuff.
to do?
You'll get your
What am I
little
going to what am I going to do with
You will
200,
get your
200
little
miniatures?
plastic dolls sooner.
Yeah,
sooner
what am I
enough.
going to do with 200 miniatures that I'm not going to paint anytime soon? I mean, they're going to go on they're going to take the box, I'm going to throw them somewhere, and I'm going to forget that I own them. I mean, that's just it. It's just, I'm wondering what would be a better thing to say. I mean, as far as
Just say progress and moving along. Stuff's getting ready to ship.
Check
There you go.
Razor 76 had a completely off the wall question. How about them Twins locking up Buxton? It's a baseball question. Honestly, if Byron
Who's
Buxton
that?
Byron Buxton is probably one of the best players in the major leagues, but he
I hope
can't
that's
stay.
the Twins.
But he can't stay healthy. Like, it's just like, if he could have a full 160 games, he'd probably bat 280 with 30 home runs with 60 steals, and he'd be
What are you
an
talking
all-star. It's a baseball thing.
Oh.
But the guy like got hurt. He got hurt running, in the game. Like, he was just running from first to second, and like he like pulled his hamstring, was out for 6 weeks afterwards. So it's just like, it's one of those things
How
with
about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys? Yeah.
Have you been following any of the drama? The head coach now has what's his name? The guy from Green Bay, Mike McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Well,
It's a shit show.
is he vaccinated?
He says he was. I mean, yeah,
He was immunized.
he was. I've been immunized. I've been immunized.
He-
We never really.
Yeah,
We do. Yeah, go ahead.
that was hilarious. I'm immunized.
I've been immunized. Yeah, my version of immunization. I've got all 80 pages of research. NFL won't accept it and look at it.
Well,
Cowboys
and
be
that's
lucky to make the playoffs now because, like, I think is it the Giants that are moving up on them?
no.
this is just
I think they
like
got
they give
locked
us like
up.
this
Yeah,
fall.
they just
this
beat the
false
Rams
hope.
this weekend.
My fantasy football team. I got the like you. I was the second worst score of the week last week, but thankfully I played the worst score of the week.
Oh, that's
So I got a scummy win that basically guaranteed that I'm making the playoffs, which guarantees that I'll get my money back. So I guess I got that going for me, which is nice. But fantasy football for me is like, I don't know why I do it. I don't know why I play it. It is like, it's so stressful for me, and there's no good reason as to why.
Why do you play it then?
Because
As soon as I had that first season of like hating dealing with it, I'm like, I'm not playing this anymore.
the reason why is that so my league that I play with a bunch of people that I know, we play for pretty high stakes, and
How much is that stakes? 1,000?
it's a lot of money. Let's just leave it at that.
More than
It's just-
1,000, less than 1,000.
It's just
More than
enough.
100, less than 100.
It's enough
Okay.
that I care about it, and I've won the league. I won the league 4 times in the 11 years.
The good
we've
old
had it.
days. Was that the good old
Ooh,
days?
that's impressive.
No, like literally,
Glory
we've done
days,
it,
baby,
we've done
glory
it. We've done it 11 years, and only 3 people have won the championships.
What do you
Only
win?
Pure skill.
Money.
The high stakes. I said high stakes.
What's the prize? What's the purse?
Cash.
Like how
Cold
much?
hard cash.
Like is
Enough-
it, is it
enough-
like thousands of dollars?
He said high stakes, man.
It's enough that it matters. Let's just say that.
Because
Okay?
I know some
So-
of these pools have like hundreds and thousands of people in them.
So
Yeah,
here's the
it's like
deal.
a lot
Here's
of
the
people.
deal. Like we also, the same group of people plus another. There's another one we do a suicide league every year
Well, those are fun.
that have a ton of people in who all throw in $20, and it's a winner take all, and it's a lot of people. And I already won that.
Wow, everyone's out by week 6.
No, 2 weeks ago when I was in Syracuse, I won it. I
Broncos
drunkenly picked Cleveland to beat
Beat the-
Cincinnati, and I wasn't, and I
They're
thought
always
I
the
had picked
Cowboys.
I thought
picked-
I had picked a different thing, and Cleveland beat Cincinnati. Like, and then everybody else picked like Buffalo against the Jets. It was like we were down to 7 people out of like the 50 or so people, and everybody else picked Buffalo against the Jets, which should have been a shoo-in, but the Jets all of a sudden just showed up and beat Buffalo that day, and then Cleveland won, and I took home all the money. So I've already won that, and then now I'm made the playoffs. So I'm at the very least, I'm going to make my money back. So I'm playing with house money now. And it's one of those things where I you know, this is so braggy, but I am good at fantasy football. I spend a lot of time figuring out like I do a lot of really in-depth stuff. I don't just look at the projections that Yahoo or ESPN gives on it. I dig deep into the stuff, and it doesn't hurt that like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt that I have a line to a guy that basically does it for a living too. So Paul Churchin.
Screw this board game stuff.
Yeah.
Fantasy football, baby.
Yeah, and that was because he loves board games, and he and I play board games
I
together.
watched King Richard. I don't know. I'm just interjecting this, but King Richard with Will.
Oh, is it good?
Yeah,
it's really good. I was
really good.
I was entertained the whole time. Guess who's in it? Rich Summer.
Oh yeah, that's right. He is in it.
Madman.
Is he really?
Yeah, he is. I read him a text as soon as I like. So there's a scene in the movie. It's like I think he's the Reebok rep or something. I can't remember. But he's offering a contract to Venus Williams, right? And he comes through the door, and they cut away so quickly, like I couldn't see his face. Like it was just this body comes through the door, and then I hear the voice. And I'm like, I turn my shot. I go, "Is that Rich?" And then more talking, and he's off screen. More talking, like that's totally Rich. And then they cut back to him. It's him. I'm like, sweet, it's him. And I wrote him a text, and he literally answered me in 1 minute. It was great.
Yeah,
so happy for him. I mean, he's been in a lot of stuff lately. I don't know why. I mean, like
my feed
really cool,
in my feed or whatever. When the Spiel guys used to still do the contest or whatever, and you got to sign the back of the trophy.
Oh, the game.
Yeah, the Spielathon or whatever it was.
The thing that sucked is I won like the 5 previous years before they started like recording the winner.
Yeah.
So I was like, I have no name on any trophy.
Yeah. But when it came down to me and Rich, and I saw that picture, and I got it saved where it came, and he I forget what silly stupid game it was, but it was some like
that one where it's like the stuff all bounced up, like
it was some weird dexterity game, and I mean people try to like talk in my ear and get me like psych me out, and it never works. And of course, it worked with Rich.
You're ice cold.
And then I just and I was
what
like,
did you say him? Or what did you say?
No, I don't know. He was just like, oh yeah, it's like, you're doing really good there, buddy. You know, it's like, don't choke, don't screw up, you know. And he was just kind of whispered in my ear as I talked, and I totally choked, and I lost, and he won the championship, and admittedly we were all, you know, there was a banter going on, you know, just for the fun of it and for the
fun times, man. Fun times.
Yeah, and then I
wrote him a message saying he's sad not to see him this year.
But there was this thing where there's this picture that you had somebody taking pictures, and I was just like, no, like I fall to my knees. I lost.
I remember
Rich is in the background.
He's like,
and he leaped in the air and he was kicking his heels together.
Yes, that was impressive.
That made me laugh. So that pops up every once in a while.
Is that on Facebook?
I don't know where it was. It was something that came up in my feed. I think it might have been my Google Photos. You're like, here's what happened from whatever ago, or something like that. Yeah. But what are you gonna do? And now those guys don't even do their thing anymore.
Yeah, I didn't talk to them this year. And come.
They're just they stopped doing their thing.
Well, they don't do the podcast anymore either.
Yeah, they just
like one of the guys, like, I don't know, bailed on it. Not bailed on it, but it's just like, I'm done with it.
I can understand.
He hung up the meeple jacket.
He's like, I'm out.
You don't talk about those meeple jackets?
Oh yeah, we look like a knockoff Riddler. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
But yeah, they were out. He was like, I'm out. See you later. Done.
It was Dave, I think, was the one that was out. Dave.
Yeah.
Steven's the other guy, I think. Steven and Dave. Yep.
Did you see this Mothership RPG first edition box set? It's got 1.3 billion.
Yeah,
I want to poke Alan Girding.
He was in my live stream today.
He's got an unfulfilled Kickstarter campaign, by the way, from like 10 years ago.
Oh yeah, what is
Did I
it?
say, oh, can you refund our money? I know I was gonna be Starkey, but I did not. I held back.
Which one was that?
A documentary about board games.
Oh, the Two Rooms and a Boom.
Yeah.
That documentary never came out. I didn't even know that.
No, never came out.
Oh,
The
I'm
documentary.
a top sponsor.
Oh,
Actually.
2 Rooms and a Boom.
It wasn't a documentary about Two Rooms and Boom. It was a board game documentary.
oh, okay.
I don't see one on here. It must have been something other than Alan Girding
I will
that
find
it
it.
was under.
I let that go.
I'm just gonna let it go.
I mean, what are you gonna do? Dwell on these things forever?
Some people do, man.
I know. I'm like, life's too short. That shit'll kill you.
Forget
That
it.
yeah, no. When I go through my Kickstarters that I haven't received, like that's always like a day of like both
Yeah,
catharsis and anger.
No, I'm
When I
like,
go-
I'm
when I
done.
go
I used to
through it.
go through it too, but now I'm like, no, I don't care.
Yeah, no, it's just it's like, but I have to, so I can just keep track of the stuff. But I mean, the
Yeah.
stuff that just they just didn't do. You're like, come on, why didn't you just do this? What happened here? Or even better, it's just like the ones that people just vanish. Like just show up, and say, I am sorry. I completely mismanaged the money. I don't have anything. There's no way I'll ever be able to deliver this. I am so sorry. I can't process any refunds. There's no money left.
You think that? I mean, that takes a big amount of work or courage,
maybe. I mean, but the thing is that I mean,
because you're basically putting yourself out there to be fully like
Blasted.
ostracized,
But I mean, I think that you're completely protected. I mean, for the most part. I mean,
Oh.
from like
I've only ever heard of that one litigation.
yeah. I mean, but there's always somebody who's just like, oh, it's like we need to have a class action lawsuit against.
Lawsuit. Who's
Yeah,
gonna
nobody's
break
gonna
the
do anything.
Like-
I was involved in one class action lawsuit ever, and I remember I got I actually got a relatively decent amount of money out of it because I had worked at Hooters at the same time, and then there was those people that basically was like, oh, we're gonna have a class action against lawsuit because they won't hire male waiters. It was like, and so it was discrimination, and so somebody sued them for that. And if you were a dude and you had ever worked for Hooters, you got a letter in the mail because they had to leave after they settled or whatever.
This is
It
another
was-
reason why I don't go back on my old Kickstarters. It takes forever. I can't page down them quick
Oh,
enough.
I know. And then the
Like,
other
just
thing I
make-
hate,
like,
the other thing I hate about it is that when you're scrolling down, like again, please, for the love of all that is human, let me just get rid of the ones that I backed for $1.
yes, mark them or just kill them like out of the list. Archive.
But no, I remember I filled out a postcard, sent it back in, and like 9 months later, I got a letter in the mail, and it was like a check for like $900.
Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I was just like, for just I mean, whatever.
What was your job at Hooters?
Well, I was a cook, and then I became a shift cook manager. Like
A shit manager?
like I was a cook, but I was a shift manager. So it was just like, so I
swear to God, I heard shit, but yeah,
a shift
shit manager. You're the manager. Of the
shift cook manager was
shit cook manager.
Yeah, and then
shift,
it was
shift
just,
with an F.
yeah.
Okay.
I got there was like during March Madness, it was whatever, it was like Black Tuesday. I got fired because there was shenanigans going on, and I just happened to be there after my shift was over. After my shift was over, I was just sitting there. I was drinking beer and eating a chicken sandwich while watching March Madness, and I was watching the Drexel Dragons beat somebody. They were like the Cinderella team in March Madness. No, I was totally
Cinderella story.
And I was sitting there, and I
Tears
was
in his eyes.
and because there was like strict rules that nobody followed, that like if you had, it was okay, you could come to Hooters and eat and drink if you worked there, but if you worked a shift, you couldn't like basically leave your shift and immediately go out and sit down and eat. You had to like go home, like and change clothes basically and come back. Like the idea is that it looked like you were working and now you're just sitting there drinking on the job. And so I remember I came in the next day after the shenanigans.
You had to leave, sit in your car for an hour, and then come back in.
Yeah, and they just clean house, and that included me. So they were just like, "Yeah, you were drinking after your shift." I was like, "Yeah, I was drinking after my shift. I didn't work anymore." Oh, here's this paragraph of this like company code that nobody knew existed, but here you go. And whatever. I was like 23. I didn't give a shit. I moved on with my life. Went for a spaghetti store for a year. God, I worked a lot of shitty jobs. You ever like what I hate is like going through old Kickstarters and you're like, oh, I backed this thing, and then you're looking at it, it's like, did I? And it's like, I know I got it because I marked it off, but then you're like, I never played that. I never even looked at it. I never did anything with that. I think I sold it to somebody. You know, you're just like,
Yeah. There you go. There's the link. Finally found it.
You finally
I paid
found
for a
the
commercial.
one.
I never got my commercial.
You should reach out to him. Say, look,
I don't care.
I bet he would get taken. I think he'd get you taken care of.
I like how it's under it's under a different no, there it is. There it is. Doom or boom.
It's boom
Boom or
or
doom.
boom. Kickstarter Adventures in the tabletop world.
And you never got your shit, huh?
Well, I got my $200. I pledged for a 15-second commercial and Skype. We will make a 15-second commercial and inject it into our documentary. We will include your product, company's name, website, whatever you want. This includes an additional conference call with Sean and Alan for an official 1-hour think tank meeting and everything from the first 5 pledge levels. We will make your product look great. Oh man, we are such sellouts.
You never got your commercial.
113 backers. The last update was on.
Did they just not make the commercial?
No, they never made the movie. And I never got my commercial. It says they're still working on it in 2015.
3 years ago, Stephen Wright said, "Anything alive here?"
Yeah.
Oh, 4 years ago, Alan said, "Yes, Sean is finalizing editing and will release it
4 years
regularly starting in October."
That's a long fucking edit. Oh my gosh. Is this dead in the water? I said 1 year anniversary 5 years ago. Anyway, whatever.
Looks like One Night Ultimate Vampire and Booze Barons got 15. They're 15.
Yeah, I would have liked my 15-second commercial.
Coming soon, the most March 29th, 2016. It said coming soon, a commercial for Steve Jackson Games for Board Game Geek and more. Did he ever contact you?
No. Did I see Vagrant Song is top of the hotness today? Oh, that's good.
Oh my gosh.
The makers of a documentary about Kickstarters couldn't fulfill their Kickstarters.
Oh my
Rooms in a Boom had a real hard time fulfilling.
Yeah, he was saying he was being very particular about how he wanted to do it. Click on the One Night Ultimate Vampire commercial that they made, and it is cringeworthy.
Let's see that. I think Alan's a funny guy. He's a funny guy. It's a 53-second.
Werewolf over here. Yeah, werewolf. Werewolf's cool, but I'm tired of being a villager. Then try Ultimate Werewolf. It
is horrible.
Werewolf is playable. Thanks, Bezier Games.
Well, it's only $200.
I prefer me a tabletop game. Then try Ultimate Werewolf Inquisition. It's just like Ultimate Werewolf, but with you.
It's weird that it's shot in so low res. Oh no, it's HD.
The one guy, that's Jeremiah Isley, the podcaster.
Which guy?
The guy with the beard.
Oh yeah.
One Night Ultimate Werewolf expansion Daybreak. It's just like more.
This is actually kind of funny.
Then try One Night Ultimate Vampire. So here we just have graphics.
I mean, it's not. I think it's fine for $200.
Well, I guess, and fine for the era in which it was made.
Yeah, the era in which it was 10 years ago was fine.
Yeah, Yeah, this is well, it's too bad. You should
Look, I really don't care.
you
It's just,
should.
it's just something when I saw them make 1.2 million on this latest thing, I'm like, wow, that's pretty good. When's a documentary coming out?
They're still working on it.
I'm just being a shithead.
You're feeling you've been spicy all night,
I'm
man.
spicy.
You've been feeling it.
Honestly, Alan, if you're watching, I don't care.
Alan, he cares a great deal.
No, I
Just
don't
trust
care
me.
at all.
I love you, Alan, and thanks for poking in on today's Kickstarter critique and giving me a
Oh,
big shout out.
did you critique it?
No, oh yeah. Well, I did his, and I thought it was really great. And then I gave him a bunch of feedback, and they used a bunch of it. Apparently,
How does an RPG get to 1.2 million?
it's pretty common with
Is the RPG like?
So RPGs once they latch on, they latch on hard. You know, because it's
It's like a word of mouth thing.
It's a word of mouth. It's a nerd of mouth thing, and it is a no. And the big thing is that with RPGs, it's like you're always worried that like the FOMO is heavy in those because small print runs are still like massively a thing in RPGs. So it's like, oh, I'm gonna make 1,000 of these books, and if you don't get one of those 1,000 books that you print, you're never gonna get that book ever, unless you go aftermarket. I mean, like every year, Lamentations of the Flame Princess, that like that's a guy based out of Finland.
I bought it.
Yeah, well, there's a guy he's based out of Finland, and like he once a year he does his releases, and he has a printer in Finland. He does like 500 or 1,000 copies of each book, and once they're gone, they're gone. He does not reprint his stuff, and so like, and he always says it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna print, like this many, and they go on sale now, and like. And there's a massive rush at first, and he sells about 250 to 300 copies of the books, each of them right away. And then the rest of them just slowly dwindle out. And that's why when he goes to Gen Con, I always really like going to Gen Con because like you can pick up the stuff you missed out. Like he's like, yeah, I dug through the stuff because like you see the pictures of his apartment that he lives in, and then it's just like he has just boxes of he doesn't pay for a warehouse, he doesn't do anything, he just keeps all his stuff. He and I had a long conversation one day about like I offered to help him, and I was just like, you do realize that if like you went to Kickstarter, you would make so much more money on this stuff, and like you need to stop.
No money, no problems.
Yeah, it's like, and you need to stop printing in Finland. It was just like it was like, but their
quality of books are pretty nice though.
They are, and he's always got these crazy ideas. Like there was going to be one book that was going to be, it was a relatively small book. It was only going to be like 30 or so pages, and then he was trying to convince the publisher to use an ink that he was going to have made partially out of his blood. It was like over the course of like 9 months, he was going to like donate blood that was going to be
adult movie star guy.
No. This is his name is Jonathan Raggy is his name. He's an American, but he lives in Finland.
Oh.
And he's just, I mean, he's very out there, and he is also like. He's kind of a nihilist. He's into like basically doom and death and black metal. He like has a
nihilist Donnie.
Yeah, he has like we were talking about music, and he was just like, he brought his he carried his camera into his like another room of his apartment that he lived in, and like literally like one room of the apartment that he had was wall to wall, like shelving. It was actually shelves, and like really well made shelves, but wall to wall shelving from floor to ceiling. Every single wall was CDs, and it was all like doom metal, black metal, death metal, just like, and it was like, and he's like, oh yeah, it's like every month I spend this much, and he's like, I probably have like 97,000 CDs of all this stuff. And I was like, there's no way you're ever going to listen to that. No, I know I'll never listen to all of it, but I have to own all of it.
Collecting is the thing.
Yeah, and I'm just like,
Have you played any good video games lately?
Video games.
Did we talk about Inscription?
No, I'm not familiar with that one.
It's
Why do you
really-
ask me a question, then you tell me? Jeez.
Well, you said you haven't played anything.
No, I mean, I've been playing like the Talisman Digital with my friends every once in a while when like I can get 2 or 3 of us
Oh,
together and do a lot of bullshit.
Your friends.
Yeah, but
Here's my invite.
Oh, I sent the car.
I sent the car. I sent the car.
I sent the car. Yeah. I love that,
God.
Lord Javi. It must be exhausting. No, he's a nihilist.
He's a nihilist.
It must be exhausting.
I need to watch that again. I haven't seen it in a lot of years now.
It's been a couple months for me. My favorite on that is that I'll blankety blank you for $1,000. Brand can't watch though, otherwise he's got to pay 100. And he's just like, I'm gonna go see if I can find a cash machine. Just the perfect line.
Oh, I have 2 game recommendations.
You must be Bunny.
Inscription. It's a deck builder with a escape room.
Okay.
And a more intricate story than you would expect from these kind of games.
All right.
Really cool stuff. Definitely in a game of the year material. And then Wilder Myth. Have you heard of that one? Wilder Myth?
Nope.
Really cool. It's basically like XCOM 2 fantasy with some really cool story elements.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
But if you like that XCOM 2 where it's turn-based strategy and you're moving characters around, really fun.
Yeah. You know what? There was that
Choices
one game.
matter.
There was that one game on Steam that was very weirdly like that whole like you're starting your own cult game. And it was like all those cards that you went through on the table and you're just playing through it.
Yeah, I never could grok it.
I never could either. It was like
Cthulhu.
the game actively tried to make it so you did not understand what the hell
The
was going
Cthulhu
on.
game, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the name of that game?
Oh shoot. I remember I tried to play it. I tried
It was
to figure it out.
impenetrable.
It was and people were like, oh, you just have to let the story take you in the directions that it goes. I'm like, I don't have any
We'll have to have a
fucking
game
clue what's
there.
going on. Yeah, can I
The
have
game did not make any sense.
can I have a purpose? Can I
What was the
have
name of that
a
game? It was by that company that does all those other like the steampunky things.
yeah. And I eventually, I eventually fucking cheated because I just downloaded a trainer for it. And I was just like, okay, fine, I'm gonna figure this out.
Did it ever turn into anything interesting?
No, I still couldn't figure it out. Even I had a freaking trainer that basically made it so I could have whatever I wanted, but I couldn't figure out what to do. I was just like, I still can't figure this fucking thing out. So I was just like, screw
Yeah, it
this.
didn't make sense.
Tony Bosca, Cultist Simulator.
Yep. Good job. That was the one.
I just gave up. I was just like, screw this.
Did
I'm out.
anybody really finish it and play it? Like what?
I'm sure people did.
I mean, I think maybe I got a slight glimpse of the game. Yeah, I've uninstalled it. At some point where I was like, oh, that makes sense. Like eventually you start doing things like, okay, that makes sense. But
Yeah.
it was super opaque. Like way
Yeah,
ahead.
and it was like, oh, okay, I do this and it
Very
gains
positive
me.
still.
I do this and it gains me a blood magic or whatever, and then I have to use that blood magic before this happens, or else I lose this, and then I have to
This
go and do
review.
that. And
Cultist Simulator feels like playing slapjack with a tarot card reader. Imagine a worker placement game on a timer that generates new places that automatically put your workers on them. And that's this. Cultist Simulator has no tutorial and doesn't go into show. It also doesn't go for the show don't tell approach, which means it wants you to use trial and error and failure to learn how to play. Yeah. This learning curve is very steep since the margin of error for your success is slim and unforgiving.
yeah, and
Most
it's like,
attempts
and there's certain
will
things that are
consist of
like, oh yeah,
trying
you have 30 seconds to figure this out.
To
I
slow
don't know
your
what I'm doing.
demise instead of being able to work towards actual goals. Not only the workstations on timers, but many of the cards you have to use on them are all timers also. So even if you know what you need to do, it may not be able to do it if the timing doesn't line up, or if you want and a new event grabs the card you were going to use. A brief tutorial at least covers the mechanical interface would be nice. A nicer
Yeah, it definitely was a we dare you.
would
We
be
dare you
how to
to
generate the things needed to survive. I think discovery and exploration are at the core of game enjoyment, but this isn't the right way. Yeah,
Yeah, it was
100%.
like we
I
we
will,
dare you to enjoy this game. That's what it felt like to me.
This game has to be the single most difficult game I've ever played. I won't lie. And this is a thumbs up. Like, it's one thing if a game is hard as balls, but this game actually physically hurts to play. It's not even a matter of frustration or anything like that. All I have to do is look at the game board and then my head starts to pound. No game I've ever played before has me slam my head down at the desk after winning, because winning means I don't have to torture myself anymore until my brain decides that starting a new run is a good idea. That aside, Cultist Simulator is a pretty interesting game. Yeah, this is a thumbs up review.
Did you see that RimWorld had a big update?
Yeah, it was nonsense to me though. I downloaded it and I'm like, I couldn't make any understanding of what
It was like about religions and stuff.
Yeah, you can start your own religion, which I'm like, I'm not interested in that.
Yeah, neither.
I want them to finish like Dwarf Fortress. Like I played Dwarf Fortress probably 5 years ago and I really enjoyed it, but then I dropped it, but I want to play it again. Because I really loved it, but I want graphics.
Yeah,
I want graphics, man.
And not ASCII graphics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. What else am I playing right now? Yeah, so that's it. Those two. I finished Inscription.
That's cool. Was it satisfying?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's really good. Like bottom to top, top to bottom.
I have a campaign that like I don't like complaining about stuff, but I mean, because I understand stuff is tough to do or whatever. But there's a thing called this Greg Stolz's Reign second edition. It's like basically this thing that funded like 3 years ago and people have been waiting for their books forever. And then they raised like 88 grand, but you can just tell they burned through the money and they've been working on it when they can because they have no interest in actually like producing it because it'll cost them a bunch of money to do it. And it's just been super, super, super slow. And this is one of those that I just wish they would just say we're never going to publish the book and just walk away and just say, but I mean, it's just like, but I still have this hope. I still have this hope with every once in a while they post a little thing where it's like, oh, look, here's some new art. And it's like, this could be art you stole from DeviantArt for all I know, but I don't know why.
So,
I mean, it's just, I don't know why I allow things like this to annoy me.
There is a graphical Dwarf Fortress on Steam that's under production right now. Did I ever play any more role player adventures? I did not. Just the first 3 campaigns.
Who has time?
Well, it's also no, my group did not get together last week. But now I want to play new games. So role player adventures might have to wait.
Yeah.
But it's fantastic.
It is fantastic.
Well, it is midnight, 12:30.
It is midnight all day long.
We're running out of things to talk about.
Well, I mean, I was trying to think of like any movies or anything that like to watch that are good.
I want to see. There was something I wanted to see. Oh, that we talked about this licorice thing.
Yeah, I want to see that.
And I want to see the French movie, the French Dispatch.
Yeah, and now you're reminding me of that. I gotta see if it's still in town. I knew it was for
I think it's gonna be gone already. I mean, it's gone out of most of
the it's usually it's still in town. I can still go and see it at the Fargo Theater. I can go see it on Friday at 4:15 in the afternoon if I want.
Who has time?
Who has time? Well, for a Wes Anderson movie,
for certain
I'll
things,
make time.
Damn it.
I'll make time for that. But since
what else have I watched? Well, we watched the Beatles. That was 3 nights of fun. I mean, it's two. It's almost 3 hours for the first episode, then 2.5, and then like 2. So like it's a lot. It's a lot of commitment.
Well, I've heard that. It's just it's like buckle in if you want to watch the whole thing.
But it's interesting. You can sort of see how the sausage is made, and it's real ugly.
Yeah.
In some cases, like, but most of the time they're just joking around and like doing like singing covers and stuff. But when they really get down to the song making, like you can see the pain come out. But they did work, they went to work every day, man. They come to work. It was like 10 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock, something like that. They worked. They're like, hey, let's break for lunch. And then work till like 6 o'clock at night every day for like a solid month making that album.
Yeah.
And I'm not really familiar with their music, like all of the intricate one. I know the hits and stuff, but I don't know all the. Like I didn't remember the two of us. I think, which now that I've watched the movie, you hear it like 10 times. I'm like, oh, I really like that song. And you get to hear "Get Back" like about 100 times.
Get back.
Get back. Jojo was a man, thought he was a woman. You know that song?
Yeah, of course I do. I know.
From Tucson, Arizona.
I was gonna ask you this: is when you go to look at a review of anything, whether it is like a movie or a TV show or like a product, like you go and you're like, oh, I wonder if I should get this thing here. Do
Like
you look at the 1-star reviews first, or do you look at the 5-star reviews?
I stopped looking at them because every single thing has 1 stars and 5 stars. Like every single thing I see now these days, after so many years of Amazon being around, like everything's got like 5 million reviews. There's things that like, don't buy this, it's broken, it's a mess, and then things like the greatest thing since sliced bread. So how do you make a decision?
I just look at the average typically.
Yeah, if the average is like 4.5, don't look at any reviews. Why bother?
Yeah, that's about my cutoff.
If it's like 3 or 2, maybe I'll look at the reviews. But what do you do?
Well, I don't know. It just depends on it. Like I mentioned this because when I was, not to like once again circle back around to Midnight Mass, but when I was reading reviews about it, like
wow,
there was just all
like a really good thing.
No, because okay, and this is the other thing. This is okay. Finally, I finally boop, this thing popped into my brain, right? So, okay. So and then like all these people, like their biggest complaint was that they just talk so much. Why do they have to talk so much? And that's because that's what the freaking movie is about. It
good movies do.
Yeah, it's about having.
Here's the modern day. I mean, and this is what the business I'm in. Having everybody be able to voice their opinion about every single fucking thing in the world is like not good.
No, but so it's just
I'm in
like
that business, though. I mean,
so those reviews like just bugged the hell out of me. Because and I normally hate reviews that are like, well, you didn't get what this person was going for, or it wasn't a good fit for you. I always hate that garbage. But it's like here it's like the series writing and pace drew more mixed responses, with frequent criticism directed at the script's perceived overabundance of monologues. Jack Steele of The Guardian gave the series 3 out of 5 stars, praising the filmmaking, but criticizing the series' dialogue, stating, when the end comes at last, there's no rapture. We're just happy it's over. Brian Tallarico of RogerEbert.com gave the series 2.5 stars out of 4, criticizing the dialogue, stating the series can just be exhausting with its wordiness. It's like just most of the lengthy conversations are well scripted and I guess engaging, but they just drain from the momentum. I wanted more to happen. It's like, oh, you just.
That's fair.
Well, I mean, but it's like, but the thing is the conversations are what's happening.
Do you remember when Kill Bill Part 2 came out?
Yes.
There was like, there's too much talking. But I think Kill Bill, that's the best part of Kill Bill for me. I just don't agree with most people, I think.
No, most people suck. Just like, and they don't know what they're talking about. I will say that.
That's why I'm like saying, like, in this modern world where you can review every single thing about every single thing, Is that always such a good idea?
Yeah.
Uh,
No, I would agree. No, but here's the thing. So like when I was looking for stuff like that, I was looking for any like information about stuff like that. I stumbled across several of these YouTube channels that are like social the ending explained. And
Yeah.
I'm like, well, and then I'm not gonna dive into the ending, but I'm like, why do you need to have this explained? It wasn't like it was the end of something that ends on a cliffhanger and you don't know what happens. It very specifically has an ending.
An ending
right?
and ended.
There's no like
Look,
or there and then one of them was literally like some channel that was like it was just like, well, this is 7 hours of miniseries, so it's probably going to take me an hour to go over the whole thing. And the entire video, and I didn't watch it, but basically his hour-long video was just interspersed with clips of the entire show. And he basically tells you the entire plot of the entire miniseries in 1 hour and tells you exactly what happens over the course of the hour. The entire thing. Now there's no analysis. There's
for the clicks, man.
There's nothing.
Gotta make those dollars.
And
gotta make those nickels.
And that freaking channel has like 2.15 million subscribers, and like hundreds of thousands of people are like
dude. I mean, it's an industry now. The grind of making YouTube videos.
Who wants to watch something that just basically says, "Hey, if you don't, has our society gotten so shitty that we're like, oh, it's like you can go to Wikipedia and like read plot lines and stuff like that. You can do all those things, right? But has our, I could watch a movie for 2 hours, but if I could just watch a YouTube video to tell me the entire movie in 20 minutes,
what channel?
That would be fantastic. I'll have to find it. Hold on.
We're just grumpy.
Well, no, but I mean, is
old
that?
Men.
I mean, I fine. I humbly just dive in and accept the fact that I am old and whatever. But I mean, like literally, it's just like it's like I don't want to put the time in to get the story. I don't want to actually enjoy the process. I'm just like, you suck. You suck out loud. That you just like it's like earn that shit. Earn the
Somebody's flooding my YouTube subscriptions, Forrest.
What?
How many did you put out just now? Like 20?
20 what?
Videos.
No. Oh,
you want me to scroll through my feed real quick?
I said a bunch of premieres.
I know, but they all show up on my feed.
Oh, do they?
I'll show you.
I don't know how any of this shit works.
Yeah, I don't know. You probably
it is.
Basically,
it is.
When you publish a premiere, it goes in the feed. There's one.
The site
two,
is called. It's called
4, 5.
I don't know if there's any way I could fix
5.
it. No, I just scheduled Kickstarter critiques for like,
The schedules show up on my feed for some reason.
So it's called Found Flicks, is what it's called. Don't read any of the comments about anything because they feel do not abide by the spoiler stuff.
Man, should we make a fucking movie review channel?
Why didn't you call it Movie Geek, man? You would have.
know. Is Movie Geek out there? Is it taken?
I'm sure it's taken.
I think I registered moviegeek.com. Yeah, the Movie Geek. They only have 12.5 thousand subscribers. It won't stop anybody from making another one. Found Flex. All right, I'll subscribe.
Yeah.
Ending explained.
The ending
this
explained.
Is clickbait. This is clickbait. Malignant.
But
Halloween Kills. I mean, it's all the spoilers.
But just I can't be
There
bothered.
was a website that you could subscribe to and pay money to see all the plots of all the movies spoiled. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but I don't know. It was just one of those things where it's like I can't be bothered to watch the show. So could you just break it down for me and tell me
exactly,
what happened?
Man. I ain't got time. I ain't got time for that.
Just
I got
drives
time
me
for
goddamn.
the
just
circle
drives me
explained.
just drives me fucking crazy. And I mean, and I am.
How
getting
does this thing
cranky.
get thousands, hundreds of millions of subscribers?
Who knows, man? Who knows? All right, now I'm grouchy. Now I'm gonna go to bed. There's a chance I'll be out of town next week. I don't think so though, but there's a chance I might be, so we won't have a boom. But if I'm in town, that'll literally be the last
Where you
boom.
going?
While I am 49 years old. So, woo. Oh, my wife and I are gonna go to. We're gonna go watch the Vikings take on the Pittsburgh Steelers on Thursday night, nationally televised game for my
Why would you
birthday.
be on Wednesday?
Well, just we might go a day early,
Wait.
Oh,
but
for a football game?
well, and just to be in Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Oh, that's right. That's what you got to drive there.
Yeah, I got to drive there, and like that way, we can actually do something on Thursday without having to, race to, leave town in the morning, and just there's a couple of restaurants we really like in the area down there. They have one of the best Chinese restaurants.
By the
ever.
way, you should subscribe to Channel 5.
What's Channel 5?
Just subscribe to it and watch it. And
Fine,
Yeah.
I'll take a look at it. All right.
the latest one is so ridiculously great. He does
What's
his
this?
interview. He's like man on the street.
Lance, post in the Discord to let us know. Post what in the Discord? I have no idea.
If we're not having a show, is there an Alaboom Discord?
If there is, I'm on. I'm
like,
I'm not on
Who's
it.
running it?
Yeah, who's running it? It ain't me.
Who's running it?
I mean, there's a Facebook group.
But
There's a Facebook group.
But that's not
There is a Facebook group that is public.
Oh.
That has our tens of fans in there. That I think we've used once ever. But
says
sure.
you are on it. Paul Tompkinson.
Well, I believe him.
Tony Boskin knows about Channel 5.
All right.
He used to do another show called
Channel 5 is what's going on?
yeah, it's just Channel 5. What was this? It was something across America or something like that.
Hands
Oh.
Across America?
No. What is that guy's name?
Channel 5 with
Andrew
Callaghan.
Andrew Callaghan. He used to do a show called All Gas No Breaks. Did you ever watch that?
I've heard of it.
Yeah. Well, his new one is he's not on that anymore. He does Channel 5. It's greatness. It's like the best comedy. Hey, Kabuki posted a link to the Discord.
Utah Rap Festival.
Oh, that's so good. Dude, you have to watch these. Like, I mean, it's a humor, a certain kind of humor, but like it's and you got to watch the Talladega one. It's good.
Good Lord.
Which one are you looking at?
Just the Utah Rap Festival.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. He's great. I mean, he's a genius. Watch the Return to Talladega.
Return to Talladega, and this is
Yeah.
it's just
Why am I not? Oh, I'm not on the right channel. It's just the Q conference is quite entertaining too.
this looks absolutely.
You got to watch it, dude. There's no way to explain it. It's man on the street making fun of people. You watching it?
Yeah, show your butthole.
I don't understand that. Is that a thing in NASCAR? And they all hate Kyle Busch. Do you know anything? Do you know anything about NASCAR?
Nope.
More than I wish.
What?
You notice that
All
there's a person that has a T-shirt that says cigarettes have warning labels because they can destroy lives, yet vaginas are allowed to roam free. That's a guy that's wearing a T-shirt
This is
and
the world we live in, dude.
that's that guy. I would like to see that guy thrown into a cement mixer.
A cement mixer.
Like
Yeah. Yeah.
the fact that someone buys that, like that's the shirt I want. Like I'm picking that one out.
Well, like I saw a guy at BGGCon walking around all proud of himself with a t-shirt that said "Your daughter does anal."
What?
Yeah, and I was just like, I want
Part
to
of the
walk up.
con?
Yeah, I was like, I wanted to walk up to that douchebag and just just like ask him if he wanted to cut his teeth on the floor. But I was just like, that's fine, just whatever. You thought it, you saw it, you're like, oh, it's edgy. I'm gonna wear that. It's gonna be awesome.
What you should do is compliment him on the shirt, but really over compliment him so he's not quite sure if you're being sarcastic or not.
Dude, August breaks today. Bigfoot hunting episode from a year ago.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, like talk about it and like ask him. It's like you should come to my meeting. I think that you really fit in there. Just like and like, no, really, what's your name? What's your? Can you imagine just yeah, just like in this kind of follow him around.
Games with you, man.
Yeah, just sit there and do this every once in a while.
You forgot about the Discord, apparently.
I never set one up.
Well,
so I don't know who set it up. I mean,
Kabuki just posted a message. A link to it.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm sure it does. I don't.
Click on the link. Other guys. I'll join it.
I mean, it. Did you know?
Why do I keep getting logged out of Discord on my phone?
Just lucky, I guess.
All right, let's be done. Unless you got something else to talk about.
Yeah, I'm not in this one. I'll have to add myself or something, or maybe it was me. I don't know. Who cares? Doesn't matter. I'll let everybody know in the Facebook groups, but some people aren't on Facebook, but you can let them know. And then I'll tell Barry to tweet it out on our Twitter, our Alaboom Twitter. I thought it was funny.
Alaboom Twitter account.
Yeah, there is one. I thought it was funny that Chris Strain, he asked like, oh, it's like, how can I get more in our group? And I probably shouldn't say because he did post in our secret group, but he was like, how can I get more views on that thing that he does?
Oh yeah, I wanted him to come on. I wanted to talk about that actually.
And I was just kind of like, yeah, don't have it on late at night for one. You got to have it on basically during drive time.
I'm in the Alaboom group.
Good for you. You can post it then if we don't have one.
I got a question.
No, hold on. And I was just basically it was like, yeah, and then you just got to basically have a very, very good structure. You got a podcast. You got to basically just like, and you got to make it work. And then you'll start seeing more views and stuff like that. But I mean, I don't know.
4 hours is a long time.
Well, the thing about that is, I think Chris is like, oh, we don't care about views, but no, I think he does, and I'm not. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he does or doesn't.
If you don't care about views, why do it? I mean, honestly.
Well, I mean, like this, yeah. I get between.
If nobody was watching this, we wouldn't do it. Why? We wouldn't.
I think we still would, but the thing is, it organically it organically grew to what it did.
No, I wouldn't do it.
And then, but thanks, buddy. I do. This
I mean, you gotta sit around talking. I mean, I want to be talking about stuff and be interested in things.
Yeah, and I do have to sit around and talk to you about stuff. I mean, but I mean, it isn't like we sit there and watch the channel and actually answer the questions. There's nobody sitting there like. I do too. I glance over and I see it, and I'm like, oh,
there was literally nobody watching. It said 0 viewers, and there was no chat. There would be no way we'd do.
Oh, maybe not. I guess maybe you got that. But the thing is that most of our views come after the fact. Like they watch it the next day because it's on way too late.
Yeah.
I mean, I get more like emails and compliments or whatever. Like people are like, oh yeah, I listened to this all day at work yesterday.
Compliments?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I don't know. It's just like people just like listening to it while they work, and it's like it's literally they can tune it out and I think and just like wait for like something to pop in there. No, I mean it's just I know you're too busy watching porn or whatever it is on your end.
I'm working.
Oh, you're working.
God just brought up all the work I did. Don't bust.
Oh, you hit publish.
5 scheduled.
Oh, how's that little finger going? Your four snapshots of you.
Don't demean my work.
Community says you can remember stories from 35 years ago about a waiter who slighted you, but cannot remember joining this.
Because that motherfucker. And the thing is, here's the deal. So for Thanksgiving, we were going to have everybody at the house, and then my in-laws said we'll have everybody and we'll go. And they went to that restaurant, and because they have a thing, and oh my god, that fucking place. So this is a grievance. So I get it. It's Thanksgiving. It's freaking busy. I totally get it. We had reservations at 1 for a table of 11, and I get it. It's busy, and they probably don't have the staffing they need for the people that are in there, whatever. We get there prior to 1. I was like, wow, we're actually here early. Like, this never happens. My family, my wife, my kids, and myself, and everybody, we are super slow and getting ready to go. We got there 10 minutes early. And we stood around waiting for our table. It was close to 1:30 before they got us a table. So, it's like, once again, why have a reservation for 1 if you're not gonna be able to host it? Whatever, that's fine, whatever. People overstay, they sit there. So we get to our table, we sit there. We sit at our table for another 15 minutes before a waitress comes over, or server, I should say, and says, oh, it's like, what do people want to drink? So everybody orders their drinks, and then she vanishes again. And then we're sitting there waiting. And then it was another 10 minutes before she came back with drinks. So now we are looking at this time. Our thing was at 1 o'clock, and now it's almost 2 before she's coming back. And like, the way it works at this place for Thanksgiving is they bring you basically a big giant vat of macaroni and cheese, a bunch of mashed potatoes and gravy. They bring you the turkey, and it isn't like you get up and go through a buffet or anything. They bring you the platters, and they just bring them on the plate. And then they ask each person, there is one extra thing each person can have. You can either have pot roast or you can have salmon. Those are your 2 options. And then there's green bean casserole, and just the standard stuff that you would normally have for a Thanksgiving dinner. And there's rolls and whatever. So they come back, and then so they take our order for our food. It is then like 2:15 before the first food finally hits the table. So we have been there from 1 until 2:15. We have drinks, which we've all drank, which the glass is set empty. And then they came back, and then she's like, can I get you guys anything? I was like, well, everybody needs a refill. So then we're saying that we finally got our food, and and everybody's eating, and the food was good. No complaints about the food. But here's the deal. Like, we were still eating, and it was like, probably like, and like, that was the day, like, we were going to go to the Ghostbusters movie. And I remember I told my wife, I was like, should I go buy the tickets for the 3:15 showing or the 3:45 showing? And she said, let's just go for the 3:45 just in case. I said, thank God you picked 3:45, because if you had said 3:15, we probably wouldn't make it. But so we were sitting there, and we'd been eating for like 20 minutes, and the waitress came back and said to us, as we were still eating, like literally food on all of our plates, she was like, so we have a 90-minute maximum for a table, and your reservation was at 1, so we're going to need you to get finish up eating. So we can open up this table.
God.
And I was like, literally, like, I was like, click, 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 click. Just like, what? And then of course, and my wife immediately grabbed my knee, and she's like, don't say anything. And I was like, no. I was like, and I said, and I looked, I was like, we didn't sit down until after 1:30, and we didn't get our food until 2:15. And now, like 25 minutes later, you're telling us that we need to get off the table. And she's like, well, that's what our policy is. And I was like, yeah, well, I want to talk to your manager about your policy. And like my wife just was like, because her parents are paying for it. And then they actually was like, yeah, what's up with that? And then she was like, yeah, just like, yeah, she's like, we haven't even finished eating, and we've been sitting here. And I was just like, and again, it's busy. I get it. You know, it's Thanksgiving and they're running behind. But I mean, holy crap. I was just like, how would you? And I was like, I mean, and I remember like, and then my wife was just like, why did you say anything? I was like, because that's ridiculous. And that was absolutely ridiculous. It was just like here, eat it and get out.
Wait, what kind of place is this? It's about
it's a bar / restaurant, but during holidays they have a meal thing that they do.
A meal deal.
Yeah, they have a thing where like so you
have to get out of the restaurant in 2 hours.
Yeah. You know, it was just like we have a 90-minute stay for your reservation, and you're already over that, so we're gonna need you.
You didn't sit down for till a half an hour after.
Yeah, it's like
should at minimum get that.
And I was like, and she was just like, yeah, and she said when your reservation was at 1, and we have a 90-minute window, and you're past that already. You're past that already. So you know, just if you could finish your meal so we can get the table for somebody else. And I was just like, I remember I was like, the balls.
What planet?
The balls on you to say anything.
You know,
like that.
In Germany, when you get a table, you get it for the whole night. The whole night. They don't book tables more than once.
What now?
In Germany, when you book a table, you get it for the whole night.
Yeah.
They don't double book. They don't book reservations like America.
I was gonna say this, that you double booking thing. Somebody mentioned the airlines, they overbook the flights because they plan on cancellations. Who cancels their flights? I mean, I've been late getting
Stuff happens. Shit happens. It's like a 10%. There's a number that's like standard.
I understand that, but I mean, but
you're outside that range.
But I am always, and the thing was, it was like there have been a couple of times when I was just like, when they're like, I remember like I was like waiting, and there's one of those things where they're like, oh, you know, the flight's overbooked, and they're like trying to, you know, see if anybody would take. It was like, we'll give a $100 voucher if anybody wants to get home later or whatever. And then it was like 150, and then I forgot to tell the story. When I was coming home from Dallas, and I got the Uber. I rode over to Dallas in an Uber with Evan and Ryan and Mike, and we got there. It was fine, whatever. And like each of us were at different. Like I was in B gate, somebody was in A gate, D gate. So we were like said, we can maybe meet up, but just screw it. Who cares? You know, whatever. And I remember I had 2.5 hours to go. So I was like, there's the Dallas Chiefs game was on, and there was a Mexican bar there. So I sat down, I got some food, which was really good food, actually, like ridiculously good food. You know, it was just like, I forget what it was called, but I remember I asked the waitress, I was like, what's really good? She's like, the nachos are amazing. And I remember, and they were just fantastic.
Mi Casino?
I don't know. It
Taco
was
Diner?
It was something modern Mexican is what it was called.
Mi Casino?
I don't know. I don't remember. But if you Google,
what terminal were you in?
B terminal.
I don't know.
Anyway, so and I was just watching that, and I was like, all right. So I got done, and I remember I got up and I went. I was just so tired.
Cantina Laredo.
What?
Cantina Laredo.
Okay, sure. And I got up, and I went over to my gate, and I just sat down, and I was sitting there, and my flight was
Papacitos.
Fine. What does it matter?
I want to know what you think is awesome.
So
write down the details.
So I
post it in the Discord, Lance.
I will. I'll get in that Discord.
You're not in the Discord anymore. Did you leave it?
I believe you. I believe you that I'm not in it anymore. But anyway, my whole point is that I remember I just sat there and I was like, I was so tired, and I put my headphones in, and I was listening to some wrestling podcast or something, and I was just totally tuning out. And then there was this old lady, I'm guessing in her 60s, who was talking to two people, like having conversations, and she, like, everybody's wearing a mask because you're supposed to. Yep. But she's got her mask pulled down, and she's talking to these two people, and she's like,
Where is this?
and she's in the airport, and she's constantly saying, she's like, I'm not one of those conspiracy people that doesn't think masks are important. I think masks are important. I think everybody should wear them. And she said it like 8 times. And I want to look over. It's like, why aren't you wearing yours then? And I was just like, but I was so tired and I didn't want to be confrontational. And so I just kind of sat there and I was listening to it. And I was doing the classic, like you're in school, doze off when you're like this.
Yeah, and
You're like,
head
oh
kinda-
geez. But I'm sitting there and like all of a sudden, like I just felt like weird stuff was going up, and I opened my eyes. And I saw everybody at my gate was like standing up and grabbing their stuff and just running. Like, and I was like, okay, we must be going somewhere. And I was just like, because I had no clue. And so I'm like,
I hate flying.
so I grab my backpack and I start heading, and I pull up my phone. I'm trying to find out like what gate we're going to. And we actually walked down the hallway, walked all the way down, and they had moved us to another gate. And I still remember we all got there, like this crowd of people for this direct flight back to Fargo. And the very, very nice person that was running, and I mean that sincerely, she was but it was hilarious. She was just like, all of you that are here for flight so-and-so to Fargo that rushed over here, just go ahead and take a seat. We don't have a plane for you, and we don't know when we're going to get one. I know you probably have a lot of questions, and you can definitely come up here and ask me, but we don't know where the plane is. We don't have one. And if you want to come up here and ask me where the plane is, I'll be happy to tell you I have no idea.
Minnesota nice?
Yeah, and she was
In
just
Dallas?
like, but other than that, just have a seat and relax because you're going to be here for a while. It was just like, and
How long
like
were you
literally,
going?
like I saw that same old lady walk up, and she was like, "We have no idea when we'll have a plane for you." It's just like, I was just laughing. It was just no, they like literally like they didn't have a plane, and so they had to find one in a hangar, and then they had to prep it to go, which included a full security sweep. So we didn't take off for another like 2-3 hours. It was just like, but that was fine. I she was just saying, you might as well just go sit down. I just went and sat down, and I put my headphones in and listened to Led Zeppelin and took a little 2-hour nap. Siesta.
You've been.
I love Led
Yep.
Zeppelin.
Me too. That was one thing my college girlfriend I really enjoyed. All the music she was into, I was not into at all, but I got into all of it. Like Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, CCR.
Oh yeah, Credence, baby. I was into.
I wouldn't hold that much hope for the Credence.
I wouldn't hold up much for the briefcase though, or the Credence.
Or the Credence.
She was like the disdain,
in
his voice when he says that.
She was a pothead, so I have to think. I like for that music knowledge that I would never have listened to if it wasn't for her.
Oh yeah, I've listened. I own everything. I think. Well, I mean, weird bootlegs, no, but I mean, I own all the Zeppelin albums, and I own them on vinyl, and I like when I can, I listen to them loud. I mean, When the Levee Breaks is such a like the drums, and When the Levee Breaks when they bust in, it's so good. And then if you actually read about that, they recorded that version of that song at some abandoned factory in England, and like they actually put the drummer like down in the bowels of it, so like the echo was just perfect. It was like they replicate the sound of the drums from that area, and like it was just good stuff.
Oh yeah, I would have totally. I mean, when they got back together for that one show,
except for the guy that was dead.
Well, yeah, but his son played.
Yeah, that's true. That would have been an amazing thing.
I should have went. Although Michelle doesn't really like Led Zeppelin, but every time I play a Led Zeppelin song for her, she's like, "Oh, this is pretty good," because I know which Led Zeppelin songs to play.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's
a million that are like not great.
There's a million that are just there, but there's like And then like Led Zeppelin 2 is probably my favorite album by them. And then like in my opinion, every song on Led Zeppelin 2 is just a banger. It's so good.
Remind me what's on that. Oh, okay.
I mean, it's like it's just even the like the stuff that you don't
Whole lot of love. Lemon Song, Heartbreaker. What is and when it
Yeah.
should be? Thank you. Living, loving, made. Moby Dick. I think Moby Dick is the only one I don't like.
and
We're
Moby
gonna
Dick is
ramble
probably
on. Yeah, these are all great. These are all good.
Moby Dick is definitely the probably the weakest.
Living, loving,
Of
made.
it.
Yeah.
But I mean, with the
a
Lemon
good one,
Song on there. I mean, the Lemon Song, no,
Oh,
it's a
I
total
love the
B
Lemon.
side, but the Lemon
I
Song
love
is
that
great.
Yeah, I love
Yeah.
all these songs.
Oh, and the Lemon Song has the like if you next time you listen to the Lemon Song or listen to it right now, pull up on YouTube and just listen
Yep, I'm
listen to the bass. Like let the Lemon Song start and like listen to the bass go and how it's just like the like how he whatchamadick, I can't, John Paul Jones, like how he like just how the bass is just walking like the entire time throughout the whole thing.
What is this picture on the cover of? You know? Oh, it's them, but like, what else is all this other stuff? Yeah, that's a good song. I haven't listened to it in a long time.
Oh yeah, just I'm listening to it right now and it was like
I'm dozing off. I gotta go.
Yeah, we
you gotta doze off. Yeah, we're talking Zepp and you dozing off, man. You like the Zepp, Forrest?
How does a pothead not know
there's some
Zepp?
stuff that I like. I don't dislike them or like what I like what I hear. I've never gotten huge into them.
So my biggest thing about what I say about Zepp is that it is so rare, and a lot of people won't agree with this, but it is so rare that there is a band in its era where every single person in that band is the absolute best person doing what they're doing at that time in like the world of music. I mean, you look at John Paul Jones, you look at Jimmy Page, you just look at everybody and how perfect they were and how great they were in comparison to everyone else. And they are all in one band. I mean, that's just, I mean, they were, yeah. I mean,
There was other bands.
there were definitely other bands, but I mean, I would say you put Plant, Page, Jones, and Bonham up against anybody else, and like they were. I mean, Plant was probably in my opinion like the best front man. I mean, the only person that came close was later, and that'd be Freddie Mercury, being as far as like your lead singer and front man. And then you go to Jimmy Page. I mean, he's easily like one of the greatest guitarist players ever. John Paul Jones is easily one of the bassists, and everybody talks about John Bonham as being one of the best drummers of all time. So it's like, and you're all in one band. How is that possible? That's why I always say yes.
The Beatles.
Well, no, but I love the Beatles, but Zeppelin was a better band.
How about that?
No,
It's a debate.
it is a debate. It is totally a debate. Somebody said, speaking of musicians, didn't Charlie from the Stones pass away recently? That reminded me of one of the
Yes, he did.
it was a that's a Norm Macdonald, you know, another like another line from God, I can't remember. It was some guy that that was in the Doors, and he passed away like 2 years ago or something like that. And I don't remember the name, but it was just like so and so passed away at the age of 78 years old. The curse of the Doors.
The drummers died.
yeah, just like 78 years old. The curse of the Doors. Or what was it? The other one that I really liked, I just recently saw I watched another episode of his show, and I rewatched it, but it was like, this thing was, people that play chess think that people that play checkers are stupid, but I disagree. I like checkers. Plus, the red ones are tasty.
Ray Manzarek.
Ray Manzarek. Yeah, there you go. The Curse of the Doors.
There's actually a question on Reddit. Can someone explain this joke to me? Can someone explain this joke to me? I know who the Doors and Ray Manzarek are, but I don't get the joke.
Yeah.
Norm r/Norm McDonald Reddit.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, what?
I don't want to keep talking.
Oh, that's fine. What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say? Tell me.
If I say it, then we're going to be talking about it.
Say it. I want to know what you're.
I don't like how every single subculture on the internet now is on Reddit.
Like, because there's a subreddit of everything.
Yeah. Like, I'm starting to get into synthesizers and stuff.
Yeah.
Good luck finding anything about anything. There's 5,000 Reddits and there's 20 Facebook groups, and I was like,
everybody's got a goddamn.
Give me the fucking synthesizer geek, please. Or I'm like, I just want to learn about the best synthesizers and like a single website. I'm tempted.
Don't make it difficult. Don't make it difficult. No, you won't do it. You don't have time. But don't. I always say, don't make it like. As we get older, like our willingness to invest time in things is directly proportionate to how rewarding that thing is, right? So what I've discovered is that if something, again, let's bring up Midnight Mass, something that rewards me for each hour that I put into it, like literally like makes me stop there and think about the episode afterwards. Like literally, like I was crying during several episodes.
This thing is really affecting you.
No, I mean,
I've never heard you go on so much about a single.
It's one of the best things I've ever watched. I mean, okay. I'm gonna rewatch it again. I mean, it's
better than the Avengers.
I mean, there's few things that stand up to like repeated views as well as this is probably going to stand for me. And like True Detective season 1 is might be the greatest thing ever put on TV. The first season of True Detective. It was just, I can rewatch it over and over again. No, I mean, but I mean, like, it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't want to put my time and effort into something that that isn't going to reward me with what I have. I mean, it's just like, time is finite, man. I mean, like, I will happily sit in a chair and read a book that is amazing. But I mean, if that book doesn't grab me after the first couple chapters, it's like, yeah, that's
I agree. I agree.
And that goes for most of
TV. It's just an internet thing. Like, there used to be like lots of cool websites and now there's like none.
Well, no, like and then Alan Brown, I'm talking about Midnight Mass. Anyway, it's on Netflix. So no, here's the thing. It's like what I have found is that I look at most garbage that is being made right now, and this is across the board. This is TV shows, this is movies, this is books, this is board games. This is across the board. And I see most of it as a complete and total fucking waste of time. I realize this is old man Johnson talking. I mean, I realize that. Yeah, but I also see that like the fact that people are just entranced by little 2-minute TikTok videos and that's it. It's just like, and I get it. I understand why people like it. I do. I mean, I'm not saying that you're stupid for liking it. It's not for me. But I'm like, but also I look at this garbage television.
We're going down a addictive path. See, I didn't want to talk about this.
Well, no, but here's the thing. It's like it's
talking about it.
Well, no, but that's one of the things that drives me fucking crazy is that it is a
remember the end of WALL-E?
Yeah, totally do.
That's where we're headed.
Totally. And the thing about it is that we like, you look at all of this TV is being made right now that it is being made so
When
you
say
can watch.
TV, you mean
Well, no,
movies,
shows are being
media.
made on all of our streaming services and everything like that. Shows, and I would say in some part even movies are being made right now with the intent of you're gonna be like you don't have to really watch this to know what's going on. You can be on your phone as well, because I have found that
You're talking about like lowest common denominator media.
yeah. I mean, like all of those reality TV shows about, oh, we're gonna put 12 of these people and 12 of these people in this little mansion or whatever, and we're gonna see what happens and make sure
That's
it's
been
all
like that for a long
scripted
time.
and you better be like this. And it's just like, and I sit there and I watch that stuff and I'm just like, how can you watch this? I mean, it's just there's literally like hours upon hours of like incredibly deep and thoughtful things you could be consuming right now, and instead you're watching like basically they went out and farmed up 12 models of each gender to throw in a thing, and then said, okay, you have to be the person everybody hates, you have to be the person that does this, and they just hope like, you know, it's because people will watch it, you know, just to watch, you know, cosmetically beautiful people have ridiculous arguments. And
Sure, but like that's been around for 20 years.
but it's gotten worse. There's like there used
Is
to be
it?
it used to be there was one show
the
like
same.
that. And now there's 7,000 of them.
I think I don't know. I feel that's the same, but maybe not.
I don't know. I just
Yes, there are 7,000 of them.
I
Those are easy to ignore, though.
yeah, I know. I walk through the room that
Yeah.
I walk through rooms that it's on all the time.
Do I look like Ozzy?
A little.
Sharon. I should do my
Sharon.
Ozzy. Sharon.
Is he still alive?
Love and hate. Yes, he's still alive. Yeah, he didn't die. He has Parkinson's though.
Yeah, that's too bad. What?
Yeah, that's definitely like a grumpy person. I mean, what would you do it like? Imagine when we were growing up, right? We didn't have all this stuff. What do we do? I mean,
Went outside.
Yeah, I played outside. Played football in the streets. Rode my bike. I could go across the train tracks without adult supervision. It's a different world.
Yeah. No, I remember being thrown outside because you were driving your mom crazy in the summer. And just say, make sure you're back by 6. If I have to come finding you, you're not going out for the rest of the summer.
Grounded.
Can you ground your kids?
Do you ground your kids? Does it work?
I take phones away. That's the big
Oh, the
thing.
phones. Yeah, that's a big
Yeah,
one.
yeah. I mean, it's like,
Are they on any social sites yet? Are they on Instagram for kids or any of that stuff? Is Instagram for kids a thing?
No, like my daughter was doing Discord for a while, but we put an end to that. And just because it was like there was way too much stuff we couldn't
Shenanigans.
control. Yeah. I mean, it's just like, you know, your friends in town, just text those. You know, you don't need to talk to strangers that live in no.
Oh, they had strangers. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and we put an end to that.
Yeah.
You know, just pretty quickly. And just because there's no quality control. I mean, I realize that she's most likely just talking to kids about anime that she has no idea, but you never know, right? So
Have you seen that Pen 15 show? Speaking of shows, that's a really good show, by the way. It reminds me of growing up.
Yeah, I'll check it out. What is
And
it?
it's not, I did not experience the female side of growing up, obviously, but like it reminds me of things that I feel happened to everybody.
Well, how is this? How do we have a like? I mean, could it be any more blatant? Like HBO Max, it's like, oh, cool, I can watch Dune anytime I want to. I can do this and that, and on HBO Max, this is awesome. And it's like, check out the new HBO Max show, The Sex Lives of College Girls. You know, just like, really? I mean, just
Michelle
like,
watches that.
well, I understand. It's like, but I mean, it's just like, it's so in your face. Like, these girls have sex. Watch it. You know, just like, and I'm sure it's incredibly well written. And why can't it be salacious and be about females? I'm not saying, but I mean, can't you just try to hide it a little? And I'm not a prude by any means. It's just kind of like,
It does seem like as a society, we're basically waiting for the next piece of media to make us happy, right? It's all about gratification of, I mean, that's the way it is. Like, and we're lucky to have it. I mean, honestly, what would you rather be going out and farming every day and sustenance farming to stay alive? I mean, that's where you came from.
Yeah, that's true.
Or versus having the dilemma of what to watch tonight. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the like where we are.
My grandpa used to,
Like
see,
we have
that's-
so many things.
yeah, I don't know.
now.
Stuff like that drives me crazy too, where it's just like, it's like it's something is being watched on the TV in our living room, and it's something I would never want to watch. And so I will go to another room and I'll sit down and read a book. And then people are like, my wife saw, I was like, are you
being
upset?
antisocial?
Are you upset
Yeah.
about something? I was like, no, I just don't want to watch cooking show. I just want to read my book, and I want to, I got this new RPG book, and I want to page through it and read about things and just kind of listen to my music here in this room. And it's like, oh, well, it's just like, we can watch something else. It's like, no, you don't have to watch something else. Just watch your show. That's fine. I mean,
It seems like you're having a crisis of identity, Lance.
I know exactly who I am. I just
Okay.
know the world has long since rocketed away from where I am. and I'm just,
That's
yeah,
true. Yeah, you
it's
don't watch
just-
TikTok. You don't subscribe to anything, right?
yeah. I mean,
I find it enjoyable for like half-hour bursts.
I think that if
Maybe
I
even
let
less,
my
10
if I
minutes.
let my son, he'd watch it for 2 hours.
All day.
But we put a limit on his phone.
Remember Blipverts?
Yes, I do.
Remember
I've got an absolute.
When no, we put nice.
that? James said it.
Yeah, no, don't even get me started.
You won't believe what I just got. Don't Get Got is such a unique game because like anywhere.
What are you? Just
I'm
why?
watching TikTok. Do you watch it?
No, I don't. I don't
You know
have.
how it works. Like you just basically.
No, I watch. Everybody else in my family is like quite literally. My kids can't wait for the weekends because
What's that?
my kids can't wait for the weekends because
You let them watch TikTok.
well, no, they both have it on their phone, but we have it on a like just like you can watch it for like I think it's like 45 minutes. They get 45 minutes of it during a day.
One video that said this new.
But when the weekend hits, they get 2 hours each day. So it's like, and like literally they can't wait. They can't wait. They're so excited to like go through and like check out the things that they're following. And then like they will look over my wife's shoulder as she's going through it to like see the TikTok she's watching. I'm just like, you don't see this as an issue. It's like, it's like my son started.
Oh, it definitely
watching-
is an issue. I mean, but
Yeah,
is it like who cares, right? Like
I mean, it's the way of the world, right? But thankfully, my son got into a little bit of anime, so he's been watching Naruto, and like we've been talking, and I'd watched all of Naruto already. So
you should get him into One Piece.
oh,
Catch us up.
he wants to, and I was
1,000
like,
episodes.
1,000 episodes, baby, and it's still going, no end in sight. So
What did I say, Kabuki? That when I say remember,
I always feel ignorant when Aldi says, well, the Blipverts.
oh, Blipverts. Yeah, that was short advertisements to increase the density of and it basically made people have like aneurysms or something. It was from Max Headroom. That was like the evil corporations were forcing Blipverts on the unsuspecting public and killing people.
Oh, I have a conspiracy theory, and this one might come true.
All right,
I have a
hurry.
total conspiracy theory, and then we'll cut it
10
out.
minutes. 10 minutes. It's 1:30 now. 1:40.
No, this don't take long at all. So, and it's sports related. So I apologize to people that don't care about the NFL. So I have a belief.
About the NFL.
Well, no, but I believe the NFL is one of the most corrupt organizations that like the thing is like people always think of like professional sports organizations as being like these things like intrinsically part of the nation or something like that.
I never subscribed to that.
Well, no, there's a lot of people that
when
just
there's
like
so
they-
much money at stake.
Oh yeah,
there's
yeah.
no
no,
way.
But they just feel like, oh, there's just something. But no, they're just giant corporations, which the entire purpose of them is to try to make money. That's what they're trying to do. And so as long as your team or your part of it helps you make money, that's all they care about. So what would be a fabulous story? You have a situation where it's like you have a team, the Patriots, and a quarterback, Tom Brady, and a coach, Bill Belichick, who are just considered to be like firebrands of popularity, whether it's positive or negative, and like just it's a money maker. When the Patriots are involved in anything that's going on, it's interest, it makes them money. It makes people tune into the NFL. It makes some people watch commercials and whatever, right? So Tom Brady leaves to go to Tampa. It was all the talk the last year. And then Tom Brady goes to the Super Bowl. Oh my gosh, he goes to the Super Bowl. This whole giant thing or whatever. Like, and then he wins it. It's like, oh, look at this. You know, he won another Super Bowl. He's the greatest of all time, whatever.
Young versus the old.
Yes. Now you have the New England Patriots, who are doing extremely well with a very young quarterback, a rookie quarterback, Mac Jones, and the Patriots are like most likely going to the playoffs unless something falls apart. I guarantee you, if the NFL, everybody in the NFL, all the bigwigs are like, oh my gosh. If we can somehow have a Patriots
Let's figure
versus
out how to engineer this.
If we could have a Patriots versus Buccaneers Super Bowl, the quintillions we are going to make. Yeah,
5 straight.
Yeah, both the Patriots and the Tampa Bay are like
6 straight.
Yeah, I firmly believe the fix is in. The fix is in.
Well, they played the Giants, so yeah, big deal. Played the Eagles, okay, yeah, big deal.
It's gonna happen.
35-0. I didn't even notice that game. They beat Washington. Why are they playing so many?
Well, it's just the way the schedule works out. But if those two teams,
that's preseason.
If those two teams meet in the Super Bowl, you heard it here first. The fix was in.
Okay, they played they played some bad teams.
Well, you get to.
The last 4 teams were pretty bad.
It's gonna happen, baby. The NFL. Think of I mean, it's like normally we wait 2 weeks after the end of the season for the Super Bowl, or the last 2 weeks. The NFL is like, we're gonna wait 4 so we can make sure we can just squeeze every single drop of money we can. What?
It's the Bucks record.
The Bucks they're one of the best teams in the NFC. They're gonna go to the playoffs. It's gonna happen, baby. It's gonna happen. All right. Hang out for like 30 seconds afterwards. Good night, everybody.
My mouth hurts.